The helicopter shouldered through the last crosswind and tipped its nose at a stand of black timber that looked like a zipper line closing the world. The pilot cupped a hand over the gauges to cut the glare and gave me a quick nod that said we're good the way only pilots can say it. I'd been in louder rooms, but rotor wash somehow finds the parts of you've been meaning to ignore. Black Timber Tower, he said through the headset, crisp and conversational, as if he were reading the letters off a mailbox. Tower 19, 80 feet. You'll feel it move. I'll learn to like it, I said, trying on confidence like a jacket that wasn't my size yet. We flared into the pad, a shaved, bald spot in the forest. Heat and pine smell and jet fuel braided in the air. A ranger in Forest Service green was already loping toward us with a crate hugged to his chest, shoulders hunched against the rotors. He had the kind of sun lines on his face that made you think of maps. Harris, his name strip said. He grinned like we'd met in another life and it had gone fine. Pierce, he called when I jumped down. Welcome to Tower 19. Evan, thanks for. The wind stole the rest. We did the dance you do around helicopters. Point, nod, pretend you're not getting sandblasted while you're getting sandblasted. I got my duffel and my food cooler out of the belly. He took the crate like it weighed less than it did. Up top, he shouted, jerking his head at the stairs. We'll do the nickel tour before the ridge winds get ideas. The stairs were narrow, bolted into steel legs that had seen more winters than I had birthdays. I counted steps without meaning to. Medic brain never stops counting. Breaths, seconds, compressions, stairs. At 37, I told myself to stop. At 42, I told myself to keep going forever. And at the hatch, I told myself to breathe like a person who doesn't have anything to prove. The cab was a square of glass and purpose. Osborne Firefinder centered like an altar, green-painted wheel with degree marks and an alidade arm you sight through. Radio desk with laminated frequency cards taped down. Anemometer readout wired to a little LED display. Sling psychrometer hung by a nail. A binder labeled weather logs. A cot that looked like it had lost most of its arguments with gravity. Propane 2 burner, stainless sink. A couple of cabinets stenciled cleaners and bleach in block letters. Someone had left a coffee mug shaped like Idaho. Morning checks 800 with dispatch, Harris said, tapping the radio with a knuckle that wore a scar across the second joint like a memory. Noon and 1800 for weather. Grace Malloy's the voice you'll hear. She is competence in human form. He set the crate down, popped it open, and pulled out a neatly folded topo map with the tower at dead center. If you glass smoke, you call it with degrees off the Osborne and your best distance. You'll get better at estimating. Everybody sucks at it first week. Copy, I said. The map smell, sun-warm paper, printer ink tugged at something good. He hesitated, hand hovering at his chest pocket, then fished out a sheet that had been folded, unfolded, and refolded enough times to inherit a personality. The paper had gone soft at the creases and had that old summer yellow newsprint gets when it knows a lot. He set it on the radio desk like it wasn't heavy, and somehow it was. Not official, he said, but it's been here longer than I have. People leave things for the next person. You can toss it if it bugs you. I don't toss it. Across the top, stamped at some forgotten station by some forgotten clerk, it read, Operations Addenda Tower 19. The typed section was what I'd expect, extra reminders about fuel storage, bear etiquette, lightning protocols. Below it, in tight ballpoint that didn't match any government font, 8 lines. 1. Sanitize red seepage immediately. Don't wait. 2. Never descend after sundown. 3. If radio goes dead during high wind or storm, shelter in the generator shed until you hear static again. 4. If you hear thunder under a clear sky, step away from glass and all reflective surfaces until it stops. 5. Log every flame you see. Do not approach any lights between 2100 0400. 6. If someone below calls your name, do not answer and do not verify. 7. When the ladder groans 3 times, freeze. Do not move or speak for 2 minutes. 8. If the tower hums and your fillings ache, light 1 flare and abandon by the east stair, only if Rule 3 is satisfied. I glanced up with a smile ready. He met it with one that didn't quite commit. Addenda, I said, trying to make it a joke. Local folklore, he said, which in our line of work means not in the manual but in the bones. Old lookouts leave old notes. Some are good advice. Some are a way to blow off steam. He touched the edge of the paper and didn't look at his hand. My frequencies on the map if you need a human voice. You'll have plenty of your own voice up here. Don't be a hero with storms. Don't be cheap with bleach. Copy bleach. I looked at the cabinet like he'd just named a thing that had always been there and I'd somehow never noticed. He took in the room like a dad before a road trip, windows latched, ceiling tight, vents clear, propane off. On the hatch ladder he paused, thumb rubbing the pale line where a ring had lived once. If you hear the ladder groan 3 times, don't test it. Freeze. Just freeze. Because that's what the paper says, he said and grinned again, except this time the grin had the shape of a man who laughs after he's clear of something, not before. He left in the swirl of his own rotor wash, and in 5 seconds the tower went from we to I the way a room does when a door shuts and decides what kind of silence it wants to have. The first hour of a lookout shift is chores pretending to be choices. Stove food, run a rag across surfaces that don't need it, claim a corner for your book, tape a photo of something that reminds you why a person tries. I hung my headlamp on the same hook as the last person, felt like the polite thing. Checked the propane. Checked the cot slats. Checked if my brain could dial down to the lookout's slow frequency. Watch more than you think less than you watch. At 11:54, I prepped the weather log with empty squares that would need numbers to feel like they'd earned their pay. At 15 past, I practiced sweeping the Osborne because anything with a siding line makes me want to aim. At noon, I keyed the mic and said, Tower 19 to dispatch, weather 1200. A woman's voice answered, calm with a hint of warm coffee. Go ahead, 19. Wind 3 out of west, gusts to 6. 72 Fahrenheit. Relative humidity 39. Visibility unlimited. No lightning observed. Copy 19, she said, and I could hear paper and pen and a map that had little needles standing at attention. Welcome to the net. I'm Grace. Say again your last name for my brain. Pierce. Evan. Pierce like it sounds. Good to have you. You'll hate your cot for 6 nights and then it'll hate you less. I could hear her smiling. Ping if you see smoke. Red flag watch is off for your zone. Still, the wind gets eccentric after 3. Copy. I'll keep an eye. You've got 4, she said, then released the mic with a carrier that sounded like you're not alone. The thing about towers is they convince you the world is younger than it is. Noon light made the bark look newly installed. A red-tailed hawk shaved the ridge with a wing that knew exactly how to sculpt the air. My stomach remembered it had been an EMS stomach once. Coffee over protein bars over gum over a promise you'd eat later. I made eggs on the 2-burner and pretended they were a ceremony. After, I propped the addenda against the Osborne and stared at it while I ate. Sanitize red seepage immediately. Don't wait. The phrase chewed on me for a minute in a way that had nothing to do with lunch. Red seepage is the kind of term you use when you want to demedicalize blood or decriminalize it. I'd patched enough bleeding in Denver alleyways to know what words try to do when they are afraid of the thing they're naming. I told myself the paper was a prank left by someone with a flair for tone. I told myself a lot of things like that because telling yourself rational things is a first-day job and you don't want to get behind. Afternoon moved like honey. I glassed the ridges with binoculars, let my eyes skate every fire line, drainage, and rock spur until I had a sense of which trees were liars and which would tell me honest smoke when it came. Range estimation turned into a game against my own bad guesses. The tower creaked, and I started to become fluent in its language. Long timber sighs, bolt-settling ticks, the faint chime of something metal that couldn't decide which way it wanted to be warmed. At 5:50, 10 minutes before the evening weather call, I spotted a dark fleck near the radio table leg. I might not have seen it if the sun hadn't slid low and made the floorboards wear their grain-like stripes. A small dot, the size of a fruit fly with ambition. I crouched. I reached without thinking because that's what you do when a thing is small enough to flick away with a paper towel. It was tacky against my fingertip. My nose knew before my brain, that dull copper penny that waits at the back of your tongue when you've been too close to it for too many shifts. I lifted my hand and frowned down at the skin where a fingerprint has become a map. Blood. No fresh bright oxygen red. Old and a little brown around the edges. Dried enough to be stubborn, new enough to own the air for a second. I didn't feel a cut on my hand. I checked my knuckles, no missing skin. Ran my gaze up my forearms. Found nothing but summer and a sleeve I should have rolled lower earlier. I looked at the floor, left, right, hunting for a source the way brainstem training makes you hunt scenes for a cause you can control. The room did not offer one. What it did offer, and I only realized it when I stood up straight again, was a pressure change. Something in the air I'd been unconsciously tensing against let go in a way that made my shoulders remember they knew how to drop. The opposite of a draft, the inverse of a cough. The taut wire feeling that had been strung through the room since the chopper lifted. You are being watched, or weighed, eased. I didn't love that the easing happened only after I realized what the dot was. I didn't love it, and I also did the simplest thing in the world. I opened the cabinet labeled bleach. I didn't measure. I poured a slosh into a plastic bowl and wadded paper towels into a fist. The scent climbed quick. I scrubbed the dot until the dot was a memory and then a rumor and then not there at all. I went a few inches past where it had been because that's what you do when you clean up something you want to be done with. When I tossed the towels, the room finished that exhale it had been working on. I straightened, said huh to whatever part of the world listens, and keyed the radio at 1800 on the dot because routines are ballast. I read wind and temp and RH to Grace. She read them back because that's how you don't get lost. Quiet night for you, she said. Copy. If anything changes, say it like you mean it. Copy, I said again, and tried not to imagine all the things that sentence could be about. The evening turned the trees into teeth against the western sky. I ate from a can because the novelty of cooking goes away fast when your heat source is the same one everyone since 1950 has used to slightly singe the same kind of beans. I laid on the cot in a way I hoped would teach it how to be less cot and more bed. The sounds of the tower at night found their places, each in their own notch in the dark. At 21:13, when my eyes had almost convinced my body to try sleep in a new place, I saw it. Another fleck, not where the first had been. This one had the audacity to exist near the radio base itself, a thumbnail smear shaped like a comma forgetting how to be grammar. My brain tried 3 explanations in quick succession. Something from the crate Harris had set down, a scab I'd peeled without remembering, a Rorschach you get when shadows have been your whole diet for hours. I got up with my headlamp anyway. I put the light on it. It answered with dull red because dull red is a thing a headlamp knows how to admit. When I touched this one, it was tackier than it had any right to be. I didn't wait. I didn't rationalize. I didn't say tomorrow. The phrase from the addenda walked through my head with its boots on, sanitized red seepage immediately. Don't wait. I was already kneeling, already twisting the bleach cap. The paper towels drank. The floorboard drank. My knuckles whitened around the brush. I worked a circle a foot wider than the stain and then went over the circle again until the wood's pores tasted chemical, not copper. Again, that pressure release. Like a chair in the other room stopped leaning back on 2 legs and set the other 2 down. This time I noticed how my breathing changed. 2 shallow in breaths turning into 1 deep one without me instructing them. The room got a little bigger. The window glass, if glass can have an expression, looked less intent. It's not science, I told myself, except in the way all ritual is science when your sample size is 2 and your world is 80 square feet. I rinsed the bowl. I put the bleach back like it might see where it lived and decide to stay put. I sat on the cot and felt silly and then felt grateful, and the gratitude annoyed me. I didn't want to be grateful to a note in a stranger's handwriting that used the phrase red seepage like we were in a Civil War field hospital. I let myself look at the paper again. The 8 rules silently arranged their priorities for me. Most felt like hyper-specific weather safety if you squinted. 1. Rule 6 about someone below calling my name did not feel like safety so much as someone else's problem pinned to my corkboard in case I wanted to borrow it. I penciled a tiny star next to Rule 1 and wrote, in the margin like I was back in an anatomy textbook, cleaned twice, both times felt like pressure relief. Dorky, accurate. Night settled. I slept in parcels, doze, wake, doze. In EMS you learn that sleep isn't a place. It's a series of deals. At some point near midnight, a gust shouldered the cab and the windows answered with a small chuff. A moth stitched a loose loop at the glass and then gave up and went to be a myth somewhere else. I turned my face to the wall and tried to let my eyes be lids instead of cameras. The sound, when it came, didn't have to ask for attention. It rose from the ladder like a groan someone pulled through long metal ribs. Not a squeal, not the dry complaint of bolt against bolt. A low bowstring hum drawn across the bones of the tower itself, so that the floor carried it into my heel and up my calf, and into the ankle that has been wrong since a rainy night on 6th Avenue when a curb taught me about torque. It lasted 2 heartbeats, maybe 3, and let go the way a slow exhale lets go. I sat without sitting up. My hand found the edge of the cot. The room held its breath along with me because that's what rooms do when they think a person is learning one of their rules. The second groan came as if the tower were answering its own question. It climbed a little in pitch and then settled lower, the way trucks do on a long grade. Somewhere a spoon on the stove vibrated once and went still, embarrassed at its own noise. My mouth decided to be dry all at once. The addenda had a line about this, and Harris had underlined it with a story he hadn't told. When the ladder groans 3 times, freeze. Do not move or speak for 2 minutes. I watched the window glass as if it might translate a language I didn't know. I watched the corner where the radio cord drooped in the shape of a question mark. I looked at my watch because seconds give the body something to trust when the mind is shopping for new religions. The third groan gathered like weather. It took its time coming up through the spine of the structure. It brought the faintest harmonic with it, so subtle I might have imagined it, like a hum fossilized inside the real sound. The spoon on the stove danced once, twice, 3 times, little hops you only see when you're looking right at them. I went still, breath in, hold, 1 count, 2. The tower held me like a parent grips a kid's shoulder at a crosswalk and says, "Not yet." The night on the other side of the glass did what night does, shifted weight, swapped one set of sounds for another, remembered the names of its animals and called roll. Inside, the bleach air turned into sleep air, and the sleep air turned into whatever is left when adrenaline forgets it was invited. I didn't move. Something in the wood relaxed. The metal decided it could be quiet again. A pine out on the ridge told a joke to another pine, and they laughed in needles. I let my lungs go first because lungs have seniority. I set the watch down exactly where it had been because rituals matter. I lay back as if that had been the plan the whole time. The last thing I did before sleep took me like a tide was reach sideways for the operations addenda, Tower 19, fold it along its old lines, and tuck it under the corner of the weather log where my morning hand would find it the second it wanted to pretend none of this was real. Outside, the ladder remembered nothing. Inside, the bleach cabinet waited like a sacrament. And someplace past the line where radio waves go to die, the forest kept its eyes open, a little longer than usual. The morning after the groans, the tower had the clean conscience of wood that slept well. Sun punched through on a low angle, making the dust do its small galaxy act. I made coffee thick enough to audition as a building material, and pretended the night had been a normal night in a normal job with normal noises. The operations addenda, Tower 19, sat half under the weather log like a catechism no one would admit to owning. I checked the floor on autopilot. No dots. The bleach cabinet waited like a good friend you hope you won't need to call. At 0800, I keyed the mic. Tower 19 to dispatch, weather at 08. Go ahead, 19. Grace again, morning voice, steady like she'd already sorted a dozen moving parts and had room for 10 more. Wind 4 from the west, 61 Fahrenheit, RH 42, visibility excellent, no lightning observed. Copy, 19. Expect gusts this afternoon. A trough is flirting with your ridge. Otherwise, bluebird. I could hear paper slide. How's the settling in? Everything's where it says it is. Cott and I are still negotiating. They always break on day 7, she said, and let a smile be audible. Check back at 12 and 18. I almost said, what do you do when a ladder groans 3 times? Almost asked if there were official words to wrap around a thing that lived in the unofficial lines. I didn't. We protect the people we depend on from the parts of our truth that would make their job heavier. Old medic habit. The day put on its easy shirt. Jays heckled everything. A pair of mule deer nosed the clearing like they'd gotten a tip about a salad bar. I used binoculars to memorize the folds of ridge and drainage until distance felt like a language I could speak without translating. I ate, I tidied. I made a masking tape line inside the hatch as if a strip of beige adhesive could be a moat. Above it, I sharpied Rule 2. Never descend after sundown in tall block letters. It was performative and it helped. Around 15:00, I inventoried the med kit because some parts of you never leave the ambulance. Pressure dressings, sterile gauze, airway adjuncts, a bag valve mask that smelled like dust. I ran a hand over the plastic as if checking a dog's ribs. Old reflexes move faster than intention. By late afternoon, the wind swung around and tried on a new register. I read my 1800 weather like a person with nothing else on his mind. Grace read it back and added, "Enjoy your quiet night." Quiet is a neighborhood with a lot of crime and very polite witnesses. Dusk bled out of the trees like something pried loose. I boiled pasta on the two-burner and pretended the steam was a friend come to visit. When the last orange was leaving the western teeth, I did a circuit. Windows latched, flashlight where it belonged, radio where it belonged, bleach where it belonged, tape line where I could see it without looking. I laid on the cot in a way intended to teach it about mercy. At 20:37, the first voice said my name. Evan. It called from below like a neighbor deciding to ask for a tool he already knew I owned. I did not get up. The rules are not heavy until it's time to lift them. Then they weigh exactly what you can carry and not an ounce less. The voice moved slightly, like a person circling the legs, testing angle and echo. Evan Pierce. A man, conversational, no strain. I could have closed my eyes and pictured a ball cap and a hand on a fence. Rule 6. If someone below calls your name, do not answer and do not verify. My throat had its own ideas. The human mouth is an eager animal. It loves to be included. I swallowed and tried to make the swallow sound like sleep. I shifted exactly as much as it took to plant my shoulder deeper into the cot. I could see in the corner of my eye the tape line by the hatch. Beige strip, black letters, a small dam against a big river. Hey, you up there. The voice stepped on the tail of its own words the way people do when they're trying to sound casual and can't. Buddy, nothing in the voice asked for help. No, I'm lost. No, I'm hurt. No, my wife is down. It had the single-task focus of a person with the wrong kind of clipboard. I breathed in for 4 and out for 6. Old medic trick. Give the vagus nerve something to do and it will do it. My eyes tracked the shape of the radio cord, that little question mark between the desk and the handset. Another voice joined the first without overlapping it. Higher. Female, mid-20s by the sound. A smile on the end of the syllables. Evan. They took turns around the base like kids on a merry-go-round. I didn't count the minutes, I counted the times I didn't answer. That tally grew faster. At 21:12, a third voice arrived. This one was wrong in a way the other two hadn't been. Higher, yes, but not lifting like the second had. Clear, too clear. Children's voices do a thing in open air. They cut. This one came up through the steel so clean the tower itself seemed to be carrying it, not the woods. Evan. It said, like my name was a marble it wanted to hold in its mouth. I closed my eyes. In some parts of Colorado, you learn to put distance between your awake brain and your animal brain. The animal wants to crawl down the ladder toward a child's call. The awake brain remembers Rule 6. The awake brain remembers Rule 2. The awake brain listens for the sound a real kid makes when he's cold or has been crying. This voice was a bell, a pure tone. Children who are lost in the dark will give you data they don't intend, breath sounds, foot scuffs, tears hiding in consonants. This voice had none. Evan, did you bring the purple tape this time? The child asked. I opened my eyes because I hadn't told another human being that phrase in years. Medic life gives you 1,000 small nouns other people never hear. The pediatric length-based tape, the color-coded strip you lay beside a kid to size equipment and meds, has a set of colors that become a catechism under stress. You don't say brand names when you're running. You say colors. You say purple and your hands find the right mask and someone draws up the right dose. I had once frozen, I hate that word, on a pediatric call in an alley behind a pawn shop, my brain jamming on a loop. Purple, 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 while Diaz, my partner, talked me through the sequence like a coach in a locker room with a kid who couldn't tie his skates. Only Diaz and I and a dispatcher named Lonnie ever knew how that night grafted itself to me. I had never told it to anyone else. The tape lived in the bench seat, tucked under the ped's bag. Purple lived in the part of me that didn't need sunlight. "Did you bring the purple tape, Evan?" The child again, the same tone, like a recording, not a person. "You forgot it before." My mouth knew the shape of no before my mind could catch it. I bit the inside of my cheek and tasted penny. I rolled to face the wall. The window behind me was all glass and dark, and the shape of myself faint in it. The room refused to have other shapes. That felt like a small kindness. The voices went quiet with the focus of people listening for a door to open. They waited 10 minutes. Then the man tried again, this time moving with his own echo in the steel. He called Evan like a fact, not a question. The woman hummed my name like it had a melody. The child asked a third time about the tape, then said, "She's blue, Evan. You know what that means." Calm, too calm. I closed my eyes on a memory that had waited for a night exactly like this to show up and set its suitcase down. The kid behind the pawn shop had not been blue. She had been gray in the way lungs can make a face gray. Diaz had been the one to say, "We're in purple. We're good in purple," and everything had clicked back into a sequence, and we had made a little universe out of the back of that rig. And when the doors opened at Presbyterian, the air outside had felt like a thing we had earned. We had not saved her because we don't save. Systems save, luck saves, time saves, training keeps your hands from wasting the luck you get. But the sequence had been right. And my private shame was just that, private. My jaw ached from the hold I had on it. I unclenched. The voices walked the circle under me for an hour and a half. At 22:51 they went away so suddenly it made the absence into a sound. I slept the way a person sleeps with a battery at 1% economically and with a weather eye on the charger. Morning brought a bruise-colored cloud bank far out past the western ridge that promised drama for a different day. I did the 08:00 weather. Grace did the competent thing with it. I considered asking if any families had reported a child lost anywhere near Sector 19. I didn't, because the version of me that asks that question is also the version that admits he's thinking about climbing down a ladder after dark. Rule 2 is simple and heavy. I chose simple. The day worked like a day. It is obscene how normal sunlight looks after a night that tries to make a new religion in your bones. I cleaned surfaces that didn't need it because they were the surfaces I could control. I took the addenda and wrote in tiny print next to Rule 6, 3 voices. Male/female/child. Child used EMS color detail. I underlined EMS twice and then felt stupid and then left it anyway. Paper is a mirror. Some days it shows you useful things. Some days it shows you a face you have to carry. Around noon, I did something small and embarrassing. I set my phone to airplane mode and recorded 30 seconds of me breathing. Just breathe. 4 in, 6 out. Then I looped it on the radio desk at low volume and stepped back. The sound filled the cab just enough to register as company without becoming a map for anything outside to follow. I wrote white noise protocol on a post-it and stuck it above the mic jack and made fun of myself under my breath for writing protocol on a note to myself. At 1800, the weather was easy again. "Looks like you win the quiet lottery," Grace said. "Do they tax those?" I asked. "Only if you brag about winning them," she said and signed off. Dusk did its shiver trick. The tape line at the hatch was beige and ordinary and felt like a border. I made ramen and cut an egg into it and pretended the egg could be a conversation about sustainability. I laid on the cot in a position I'd learned last night didn't let my knees plot against me. At 20:29, the man's voice started, right on the minute like he had a watch he cared about. "Evan," I breathed. At 20:35, the woman tried the same diphthongs. "Evan," I breathed. At 20:41, the child cut through. "Evan, we're going to need a tube. You brought the wrong size before. Do you remember? It's purple." My hands flexed, phantom muscle memory tightening around an endotracheal tube I didn't have in this tower because no sane agency issues such things to seasonal lookouts. In my head, a checklist walked into the room and put its boots on my floor. I imagined the PED's bag open on the bench, the mask sizes nested like Russian dolls. The bag valve with its stubborn valve you had to check before it made a liar out of you. I imagined the color-coded strip laid out beside a kid and Daya saying "we're good." We're good in that voice that turns nervous systems malleable. I sat upright too fast. My head throbbed with the pressure change and put my feet on the floor because my body needed to do something other than listen. Then I stood because sitting wasn't enough. Then I walked to the radio desk because walking felt like choosing to be a person and not a tuning fork the night got to play. The voices circled. The man moved counterclockwise. The woman took pauses like she was adjusting her hair. The child landed his lines without emotion. "Evan, purple you forgot." I opened the bleach cabinet not because I needed bleach but because the smell is a place you can go. I breathed it in and coughed and felt grateful for having a throat I could make do anything. "Evan," the man said again, now directly below, right under the hatch. A footstep, or the idea of a footstep, tangling with the possibility that steel shifts will always sound like a person when you need them not to. On the wall near the hatch, a laminated safety card listed lightning protocols and ladder inspection checklist. I studied it like it had plot. 3 points of contact. Inspect rungs for corrosion. Check bolts for looseness. The idea of check bolts made me want to laugh in a way that didn't feel healthy. At 21:03, a new sound entered the room. Not outside. A thready whisper through the radio speaker that became static, then sorted itself into a transmission from another sector. A crew chief 2 zones over doing business about staging. Grace answering, carrying competence. The voices below paused when the radio talked, like people silent during church. I turned the volume up a click and let real procedure fill the little box on legs. "Evan." The child again. "Diaz isn't here tonight." I froze. The name landed like a drop of ice at the base of the skull. I had never said Diaz's name out loud in this tower. Diaz wasn't a secret, but that call behind the pawn shop, that purple, had been a private corner. I had not told Harris. I had not told Grace. I had not told myself. "You have to do it this time," the child said. "It's purple." I put my hand flat on the radio and felt the tiny warmth the circuitry gives. I kept it there because warmth seemed like something that belonged to my team and not to the woods. I realized my cheeks were wet and told myself it was bleach vapor, and then told myself that lying isn't always the worst thing a person can do as long as he knows who he's lying for. The voices made a few more orbits. At 22:10 they all left at once, like a flock changing direction without discussion. Silence poured up through the steel. The tower stretched. My jaw remembered it had another position. I lay back down the way a person almost dares a room to behave. On the third night they skipped the preliminaries. I did the weather. Grace did the grace. I taped another strip by the hatch because one human thing is sometimes not enough to stop a non-human idea. I ate. I performed my little rituals. The tower answered with its own. At 20:01 the child called my name. At 20:02 it said, Unit 72 Charlie status. I sat up so fast the cot bit my thigh. Unit 72 Charlie copy. That was Denver the way Denver Dispatch had said it when I worked nights off Colfax. Not the day cadence. Night cadence. Night had its own music. 72C had been our call sign when Diaz and I rode together on Wednesdays and Thursdays. The C stood for our posting, our corner, our orbit, the stupid lucky way the night sometimes put the right people in the right box on wheels at the right time. No one up here knew that. I hadn't told anyone. I hadn't even told me. The child waited with the patience of a recording. The tower became the inside of a chest I had once tried to compress back into rhythm. I put both hands on the cot slats and felt the wood as proof of a world. Unit 72 Charlie. The voice repeated, perfect as a copy of a copy. And that was the first time that night that I forgot to breathe. The morning arrived with the kind of sky that lies. Blue as a promise, thin as an excuse. The barometer had shaved 2 millibars off overnight and kept drifting. Nothing dramatic, just a steady slide that reminds you weather is a long con. At 08:00 I read numbers to Grace, and she read them back in that unbothered morning way. Copy your pressure fall 19, she said. Models are split, but your ridge could catch a dry microburst late afternoon. If you hear the anemometer start singing, keep your center of gravity low. Gusts could get sporty. Copy sporty, I said, and watched the needle creep like a second hand that had decided time meant something again. By 11, the wind put teeth on the edges of things. By 1, the Osborne's paper map was trying to be a kite. I taped its corners down and ate like a person paying a debt to his future self. At 14:30, Cumulus tried to get their act together over the western line and failed, scudding off in tatters while the gusts kept ratcheting up. The tower doesn't sway so much as breathe when wind hits its right frequency. The cab would lean and come back, as if counting with me. I did math I could feel. Anemometer at 20, 24, 31. A pop to 37 that put a bass note in the legs. I cracked the hatch and listened. Wind like a sheet being shaken out, the trees moving in groups instead of individuals. At 15:12, the radio coughed static in the middle of a weather net exchange and then went absolutely clean. No hiss, no background hum, no personality. The power light stayed smugly green. I keyed up and got nothing, not even the way dead air usually sounds dead. I toggled channels. I reseated the mic plug. I turned volume up down, tapped the case with a knuckle. Nothing. Rule 3 sat up in my head like a man who'd been pretending to nap. If radio goes dead during high wind or storm, shelter in the generator shed until you hear static again. I did not argue. I grabbed the go bag from under the cot and loaded it by checklist, not mood. Headlamp, water, energy bars, first aid kit, a roll of tape, spare socks, map in a zip sleeve, 2 flares, lighter, multi-tool, my thin gloves. I slipped the addenda page inside the weather log and slid both under the radio so I wouldn't have to say goodbye to anything that liked me. The gust timing ran in sets, 3 big, a lull, 2 medium. I waited for the lull and opened the hatch. The stairwell was a wind tunnel clean enough to make your bones sound different. I set one boot on the top rung, both hands on the rails. 3 points of contact, every rung, every time. My mouth counted without me. Somewhere below, the legs groaned a single, uninterested acknowledgement of weight. Halfway down, a sideways gust grabbed the world and shook it like a blanket. The stairs flexed under my feet, and my knuckles whitened enough for the word stupid to whisper through my head. Then the wind relented to move on and bother other things, and the tower let me pass. Ground should be a comfort. Today it was just a different medium for force. The clearing flickered with moving shadow. Pine branches lashed so hard the needles looked like rain going the wrong direction. I tucked my chin to spare my eyes and picked my line. Day 1, I'd taken a lazy loop through the trees to mark the path to the generator shed, the way you tie a string from yourself to something that loves you. In a wind event, the forest rearranges your string. The path I'd scouted had a new dialogue of downed twigs and breathy debris. I stayed low and counted steps, turning into the gust so they could spend themselves on my packed shoulder instead of trying to knock a knee sideways. The first burst of grit found my teeth and made them belong to someone else for a second. I spit and tasted dust and pitch. At the 15th step I lost the line. At 19 I found the old blazed mark, 2 rectangles of dull orange paint on a pine, scabbed over with years but loyal. I touched it with 2 fingers like superstition, then moved. It wasn't rain. It was air that had decided it preferred being an object. Leaves flew. A bark plate, bigger than my hand, skittered across my path with the malice of a small animal. I tripped once and caught myself with a palm in the duff, a pine cone biting into the meat of my hand hard enough to put itself on my personal enemies list. The shed appeared as a dark rectangle between trunks, a windowless cinder block apology with a metal roof, and a door that believes in single purposes. I shouldered in, let the door thud, and slid the bolt. The hinge sighed in relief to be asked to do its job. Inside, it smelled like oil, damp canvas, and 100 small repairs. A workbench hosted the lives of tools. A crescent wrench with a precise nick. A hammer with an electrical tape grip. A coffee can of bolts with 1-star washer that had no intention of staying on top. The generator sat in a cage like a sleeping animal pretending not to listen to you. On the far wall, the aux radio, older than the cab rig, the sort of unit that survived 3 upgrades out of sheer stubbornness. Next to it, a laminated card with frequencies, a little lower than eye level, as if someone shorter than me had referenced it a lot. I took 3 steps to put my spine in the room's center. Rule 4's away from glass and reflective wasn't for today, but center felt right for any day the wind wanted to specialize in stress. I keyed the mic. Aux 19 to dispatch, radio failure at Tower 19 during wind event, sheltered per protocol at generator shed. Silence so complete it had edges. I said it again. Nothing. I scanned frequencies into white space and back. Not even the comfort hiss of the universe. All right. We wait for static, Evan. We do this like professionals. I took inventory. On a shelf sat a stack of Field Log AUX 19 binders. The top one wore a stripe of old dust that made a finger itch to draw a line. I pulled it down and brushed it with a rag. The front cover had seen a wetter season. The cardboard was wavy at the corners. Inside, entries in pencil, some in blue ballpoint, dated in ranges that told their own story. The years people remembered that this room exists and matters. The years they forgot. The handwriting changed about a third of the way in. First, block capitals, clean and left-leaning, a person who draws their letters the way a ranger might mark a map. Then a slanted cursive that liked to let the F spend too long closing its loop. The block capitals read like this. Wind 1410, primary radio dropped to humless. Sheltered at aux. Static returned after 48 min. Note. Latter groans noted during first lull. Rule 7 applies even with wind. A few pages later, same hand, pencil harder this time. Clear sky, thunder 12:35. Rule 4 observed. Mirror on tool cabinet turned to face wall. Don't forget reflections. The cursive arrived mid-season, ink a little more extravagant. Someone called Ben from base at 2010. No Ben on duty. Question cadence wrong. Rule 6 holds. Don't answer. Don't verify. Turn the page. The cursive titled an entry, the counting thing, and wrote, Latter groans 3 then. And the line trailed, pencil pressing into the page after the last dash, as if a hand had gone heavy there and then been lifted. Another page later, block capitals again, smaller now, crowded like thoughts written in the dark. Read on desk, cleaned, room relaxed, truly the only word. If you think it's a prank, you will lose something you can't name. The next entry in cursive, noise on the radio that sounded like me. We'll check wiring tomorrow, the dash again, and then nothing. The page after was blank for 6 leaves, like silence made into paper. I felt the room tilt toward me, or me toward it. I set the log down as if it were glass, and then set my hand on it anyway because I needed to touch something that had a memory. Outside, the wind battered the shed in long arguments. The roof boomed in a low way that made your ribs want to answer back. Every so often, the door learned a new note as the frame flexed. I tried the radio every 15 minutes as if I were a doctor performing rounds, offering each patient my name and hand and hope. Nothing. Phone on airplane mode because the tower is where signals come to understand they are small. I set its timer for 30-minute marks so I wouldn't turn the weight into soup. On the third check, I backed the chair closer to the room's center, the way a man scoots away from a story he's not sure he's ready to hear. I sipped water and counted the seconds between the loudest gusts and the slightly less loud ones. There was a pattern you could memorize right up until it changed. On the 5th check, the generator gave a sympathetic clunk like a sleeping dog kicking once in a dream. I put a palm on the cage and felt the cold. Good. No automatic start to cover signal with hum. At some point late in the 2nd hour, a new sound arrived, so thin I thought it was falsing in my ear. A mosquito thread at the edge of audibility. I leaned in. The radio was trying to remember how to be a radio. I turned the volume 1 click. The thread widened into cotton, static, pure, clean nothing, the good kind, the kind you learn to love, proof that the world is still threaded with sound. Rule 3 says, shelter until you hear static. It does not say then sprint. It implies then proceed like a person who isn't stupid. I waited through 1 whole minute of static, then another, to be sure it wasn't a tease. It stayed. Hiss. Like ocean proof, I keyed the mic. Aux 19 to dispatch. Radio failure at primary during wind event. Sheltered per protocol. Static returned at 1641. How copy? Release. Listen. Static filled the room like a breath held. The kind your chest does when a story lands where it needs to. I tried again. Dispatch aux 19. How copy? The static shuffled. Something in it tried to stand. I leaned back from the speaker like I had leaned too close to a dog that might not like sudden moves. I could hear it, the universe uncurling around a voice trying to be born. In need to dispatch. How? My own voice. Thin as it would be through cheap speakers. Wrong as it would be when taken apart and put back together. I froze hard enough to make the chair complain. I waited for the trick my brain had to be pulling. Nothing else came. Static again, clean, just hiss. I stared at the AUX radio like it had developed a face and was trying out expressions. I keyed up a third time because some part of me needed to. Aux 19 to dispatch. Do you copy? I repeat, do you? Patch, do you copy? I repeat. The AUX speaker delivered my syllables 3 seconds late, thin and a half tone high, as if my mouth were behind a sheet of warmed tin. I did not key up again. I did what training makes you do when the world knocks a new hole in your map. I sat absolutely still and let my heart make a record of it. Static filled the room like a snowfall that didn't want to stop. My breath made fog in the cold shed air, and I watched it leave my mouth and thought, irrationally, of the tape I'd made of myself breathing in the cab, 4 in, 6 out, looped so I wouldn't be the only mammal in the room. The AUX radio whispered with my voice one more time, like a person practicing a line in a mirror to make sure it would sound right. Aux 19 to dispatch. Do you copy? This time the delay stretched to 5 seconds. This time the end of the sentence rose on the question the way my own questions rise, and some other small noise rode under the words, 2 syllables, too soft to name, like another me trying to catch up. I reached out toward the mic and stopped with my hand in the air, not touching anything. The shed felt suddenly narrower, as if the walls leaned in to hear. The speaker clicked, built a spine out of static, and then in my voice the AUX said, Aux 19 to dispatch. Do you copy? And then, after a beat so long I could count 3 full heartbeats, the AUX said, again in my voice, Aux 19 to dispatch. Do you copy? Morning turned the forest into a clean diagram. Light on needles, shade in neat geometry, the sort of sky you could sell to tourists and meteorologists without changing a thing. After the wind event and the shed's radio parroting my voice back at me, the quiet felt like someone had ironed the air. At 0800, I read numbers to Grace. She logged them like puzzle pieces. I almost said, the aux radio spoke in my voice yesterday, but some truths travel worse than others. Rule 3 had done its job. I let that be enough for now. By noon the sky was a postcard, high blue, not a single scrap of cirrus. The barometer recovered the millibars it had loaned the wind. The Osborne sat with its paper secure, degrees waiting for smoke that wasn't coming. At 12:37, thunder rolled. It wasn't the distant snap crackle of far-off convection, not the thin drum of a storm line 3 ridges west. It came from everywhere and nowhere, a low, unbroken rumble that filled the cab the way a held note teaches you something about breath. I looked up on reflex, 1 step toward the window, then stopped like a person catching himself before he says a name he can't unsay. Rule 4 rose in me like a measured hand on a shoulder. If you hear thunder under a clear sky, step away from glass and all reflective surfaces until it stops. I retreated to the center of the room. The thunder settled into the floor. The spoon on the stove vibrated once in a tiny silver shiver. I could see blue in all 4 windows. The sky wore an alibi. The room hummed with the idea of outside rather than outside itself. I did inventory with my feet. Stainless sink, reflective. I threw a dish towel over it. Radio faceplate, shiny enough. I angled it away. Thermometer window, taped a square of map over the glass. Little chromed edges on the cot legs. Nothing I could do about those but put distance. I turned my belt buckle inward, silly and correct at the same time. The rumble never spiked, never faded, just lived. A long freight train rolling through a valley it refuses to leave. If storms have grammar, this one was all vowel. I set the addenda in the center of the desk and stood with my boots bracketing it like a guard. I breathed, 4 in, 6 out. White noise loop barely audible on the radio shelf to make the room sound mammal. My head wanted to move toward glass. My neck disagreed. I listened to the kind of time that only exists when you have nothing to do but decide who you are while a new rule tries to own you. Minutes collected themselves. I tried to imagine how I'd log this. Clear sky thunder commenced 12:37. Rule 4 observed. Duration unknown. No visual confirmation per protocol. The phrase "no visual confirmation" made my eyes itch. A flicker at the edge of my vision. A trick of light, I told myself. Another flicker, opposite side. The dish towel over the sink breathed once as if air learned to wear cotton. Don't look. The map over the thermometer window flexed a millimeter. Don't, Evan. Don't give the outside your eyes. The room became a chorus of small movements. The coffee mug shaped like Idaho slid a 1/4 inch, reconsidered and stopped. A hairline glint on the radio knob bloomed and dimmed as if shaded by a passing hand I did not believe in. I shut my eyes. Behind my lids the sound sharpened. It had harmonics when you weren't watching the world try to pretend it wasn't making them. A low fundamental, a higher, almost felt layer that made a place between my molars ache like altitude. Do not look. Step away from glass and reflective surfaces. Do not verify. 1 minute, 2. I set my watch on the desk and touched the second hand each time it passed 12, baptizing time. The thunder went on. A man could learn to live here, inside a sustained note. Something tapped the outer skin of the cab, soft, then softer, then not there at all. A memory of rain auditioning for relevance. The spoon danced tiny hops. In the sink under the towel, water ticked in the drain's throat without water ever having been poured. I went lower down on a knee than both. Center. Hands flat on the floor where the wood could make a human out of me. The tower swayed a polite inch and settled, swayed, settled. The building and I had decided on a single breath to share. Shapes move in your head when you can't use your eyes. The imagination is shameless. A man in dark clothes standing to the north. A child under the hatch asking about purple. An ash ring you can't see because it isn't really there. A ladder counting you the way you count it. Okay, I told the rule not out loud. Okay, you win this one. At 13:42, 65 minutes into a sentence with no punctuation, the thunder cut off. No fade, no last grace note, just someone's finger lifting off a key. Silence knocked me a step to the side like a body forgetting to remove a hand from your back. The room listened to its own empty. A jay heckled from far off as if offended that the world had done a trick without asking for his commentary. I waited the extra 10 count because piety looks good on a survivor. Then I stood, slow as a person handling a heavy bowl, and untaped the bit of map from the thermometer window. Blue, trees. Exactly the same. I lifted the towel from the sink. My face in the steel wasn't a face yet. Heat had fogged the ghost. I let the fog do its job and turned away. I did not make a grand tour of the windows. I made a small one, which is what you do when a job is both real and ridiculous. South pane clear, east bright, west the ridge wearing shadows, north. My breath decided to do a different thing. 4 inches from my nose, separated by 1 pane and a responsible air gap, 5 streaks ran down the inside of the glass like someone had dragged their hand there, while the thunder had been writing its name across the world. The streaks were not bloody, not muddy, greasy, like skin leaves on glass when a person presses to see if they are really there. They were small, not baby small, not comedic Hollywood small, small as a kid who could make his voice cut clean through steel. Each streak had the half-moon lift at the bottom where fingers lose grip and want to curl. I put my own hand beside them without touching and learned a new measurement, the distance between what you know and what you can stand. I closed my eyes and let that measurement become part of how I stand up. Then I opened them and logged what the world had the audacity to show me. 13:44 Rule 4 event. Duration ~1:05. Upon cessation, observed 5 small interior streaks on north window glass, consistent with fingers sliding down from inside. Cleaned with bleach. Room relaxed. I wrote relaxed because the person in the field log had used it, and because the moment my scrub brush lifted the last shine from the streaks, the cab did the same thing it had done with the dots on the floor. It let a wire go slack. The afternoon pretended to be normal until it wasn't again. At 16:03 the thunder returned, sun still hard, sky still obedient. This time I didn't need to invent rituals. I walked to the center and let it happen. I covered what I could cover. I didn't look. The spoon danced. The towel breathed. After 40 minutes it stopped like a story that had been told and didn't need a moral. 3 more streaks on the west pane. 3 little downward moons in grease that was not mine. Bleach, paper towels, sacrament. When dusk came, the tower felt like a room that had successfully argued with a stranger at its door. My jaw ached from clenching. I ate, radioed the weather to Grace like we are all in the same documentary, and laid down in a position I hoped my spine would forgive. And then the thunder started for a 3rd time, right at the edge of night in a blue that still thought it was day. I stepped to the center. I didn't touch the windows. Somewhere inside the room, a vibration found the frequency that makes fillings notice. Not the Rule 8 hum, too thin, too curious, but a cousin. The white noise loop of my recorded breathing whispered from the radio shelf, 4 in, 6 out, a body reminding a body. The rumble went on. The room tried to shrink to keep me. I let it. When the note finally cut and the last echo left the legs, I made myself do one thing before I let sleep negotiate, because rules teach you, if you're smart, to make your own. I took a dry erase marker and drew a small line at the bottom edge of each window pane, left corner inside. A witness mark. A napkin signature. If anything touched the glass again, it would need to make a decision about my lines. I wanted to see the conversation. I capped the marker, clicked off the light, and laid back. The tower and I shared a breath. Somewhere far below, down in the trees that pretend to be a single thing at night, a jay made a last rude comment and went to bed. I closed my eyes. When I woke at 02:11 with a thirst I could have ignored, I sat up and looked at the north window without meaning to. The 5 lines I'd drawn were smudged, not erased, not altered by condensation. Smudged in 5 little arcs, each lifted at the bottom like a child signing next to me with the same pen, during a thunder I had not heard while I lay still and obeyed. I didn't reach for bleach. Not at 2 a.m. Not with the midnight quiet so perfectly shaped it would break if I touched it. I memorized the smudges and the way the world looked around them. I memorized the weight of not knowing in a room that had begun to teach me how. I lay back down, hands folded like a person in a photograph pretending to pray. Outside, the sky wore blue it had stolen from daytime. Inside, the room wore my breathing like a borrowed shirt. And somewhere below, where voices make steel into a speaker if you let them, a child practiced a word I hope to never hear again. The day after the smudged witness marks, the forest put on its Sunday best and pretended it didn't know me. Sun snuck in at an angle that made the floorboards look honest. I did what I do when honesty feels like it might crack. I cleaned things that didn't need it and sharpened pencils I would use to write things I would wish I hadn't seen. At 08:00, I read wind and temp and RH to Grace. She fit them into a map somewhere that made the world feel curated. No advisories, no lightning in the forecast, no reason to behave like a skittish animal unless you'd been living like one for a few weeks. Rule 5 is half job, half superstition. Log every flame you see. Do not approach any lights between 2100-0400. It's written like the person who wrote it thought I might argue. I'd already learned I wasn't much of a debater up here. The daylight hours acted tame. Jays heckled the idea of gravity, chipmunks filed complaints against the wind, and my eyes did their laps across ridge, drainage, and spur until distances turned into a vocabulary I didn't have to translate. I ate. I wrote 2 lines in the addenda margin about the clear sky thunder, and force of habit wrote room relaxed of its own accord. At 1800, the weather was boring enough to put a saint to sleep. "You've got a postcard evening," Grace said. "Take the win." "Trying to hold onto it," I said, and we signed off in that easy way people do when nothing is actively on fire. The dark arrived in grad school shades, blew into navy, into that particular black that asks your eyes to admit they don't know how to name anything. Voices didn't start at their usual half-past. Crickets ran the net. The tower settled into its own breathing. At 22:07, a color in the trees didn't belong to the night. If you spend enough time glassing the same quadrants, your brain turns into a tripwire. This wasn't lightning, wasn't headlamps. An orange, the exact color of heat thinking about a decision. East-northeast, low on a slope I could name by its dead snags. I slid onto the Osborne, lined the Alidade sights, and read the number aloud like a catechism. 087 degrees. I took a breath and let it be distance. 2.1 miles. I keyed the mic on reflex and then looked at the wall clock. Rule 5. No approaching lights between 2100-0400. Reporting wasn't approaching. Reporting was what a person does who wants to see dawn again. "Dispatch, Tower 19, I said, keeping the urgency out of my voice in case urgency had learned to feed on radios. "I've got flame visible, bearing 087 degrees from Tower 19, estimated 2.1 miles, slope east-northeast aspect. Single source, stand by." Because while I spoke, the single source became 2, a second orange bloom popping like a cruel birthday candle 50 yards left of the first. Then a third. not growing from the first two but waking up on its own front yard. I tracked each on the Osborne, reading degrees, murmuring the ranges, writing fast in the weather log margins because paper is a way to say I saw you to a thing that doesn't care. Correction, dispatch, I said. Now have multiple distinct ignition points within same quadrant, marking bearings now. 085 at 2.1, 089 at tilde 2, 093 at tilde 2.2. No line of spread visible. No wind signature to explain spotting. Copy 19. Grace's voice lost none of its calm. That's how you know you're in good hands. Any lightning strikes within your last 6 hours. Negative. Clear sky thunder earlier today but no electrification. Skies clear at present. Copy clear. I'm notifying county and sending initial attack. Type 3 engine from Ridge Road, VFD brush and the black timber hotshots are staging. Hold for IC. The hotshots. Type 1 hand crew, 20 men and women who run up slopes into heat to draw lines with tools the way some people draw with pencils. My chest loosened 1/8 of an inch that I hadn't known was tight. While I watched, 3 became 5, 5 became 7. They didn't spread. Not the way fire likes to walk through a forest holding hands with wind. Each little flame globe sat like a candle a person had placed. No torching, no crown fire, no receptive fuel between them picking up. The spaces between burned nothing. And the 7 were not random. They were finding geometry the way water finds a slope, spacing themselves into something like a ring if you squinted with your brain and not your eyes. I plotted the bearings, then plotted the spaces between the bearings, and the spaces were too regular to be an accident. 17 to 19 degrees apart, give or take the wobble of my hand and the persuasive powers of fear. Dispatch 19, I said, words doing push-ups to stay steady. We are now at 7 discrete ignition points, approximate even spacing along a circle diameter maybe, call it 200 meters. Forming a ring. I'm not seeing any independent spread. It's like they're burning inside their own instructions. Silence, then a click and a new voice with the half-shouted patience of a person already wearing a heavy pack. Tower 19, this is black timber I see. Copy 7 points. Can you paint me access? I did. Landmarks, spurs. Best dozer path if they insisted on bringing a blade. He read it back tight and fast. I gave bearings and ranges for each candle on the circle. He said, copy, the way you say it when you've already made 3 decisions while the other person was still talking. Between us and them, the woods kept pretending not to notice a physics problem. By 22:49, headlamps bobbed on the lower slope like a nest of grounded stars. I could make out the white of a Type 3 engine turning down a dirt spur, 2 firefighters on the ground, watch caps, hands like mallets even at this distance. The hotshots strung out in that upline, inline way crews walk when conversation is a waste of oxygen and each person is a tool and a promise at the same time. Dispatch 19, I said. Crew in sight. I have eyes on all 7, still no spread lines, emissions low, no wind signs. Copy 19, keep calling positions as they move. And 19, thanks for the clean bearings. The hotshots went to work like sewing needles, 2 to each flame, scraping a little cup around each with pulaskas, kicking dirt in, cutting heat away from oxygen. The engine's operator ran the pump, fed water through an 1.5-inch line to kiss heat off bark and pretend to be rain. Even from here, it was obvious everyone out there had a version of the same expression. What is this? Not panic. Recognition denied. They moved clockwise. 6 fell quiet with almost insulting ease. The 7th died and then relit itself like a magic trick, not interested in applause. The 2 on it looked at each other without looking at each other, and I could feel the decision between them from 2 miles away. More dirt, less water, a stir, a curse, then out. It stayed out this time, like a coin deciding which side to land on after a long fall. Black timber I see to dispatch. A voice came across the net while I watched lamps reposition. We're in mop-up. This is unusual. Reporting no contiguous burn lines between spots, no spotting indicators, no ember cast. Fuels between circles are cold. This is a burn without spread. Grace, copy burn without spread. Confirm 7 distinct heat sources, uniform size. I see. Affirm approximately 2 meters across. Uniform char to about 1 inch depth. No ladder scorch above knee height. Intermediary fuels green and unimpacted. Like someone set 7 pans on a stove and lit them one at a time. He didn't say sigil. He didn't have to. The ring didn't need the word to be the word. They worked the perimeter they could see and the perimeter I could not, talking to each other the way pros talk when they want to make a story true. Good water. Watch your heel. Anchor here. Flip it. Cold trail. They stayed on scene for hours because mop-up always feels longer than flame. The engine's exhaust wrote its own little weather over the slope. A local deputy's cruiser parked at the spur. A red-blue whisper that said someone's going to have to write this part down. Near 2 in the morning, the IC called it. Black timber IC to dispatch. We're secure. Assign patrol at first light. Mark this one for investigation. Grace, copy secure. Patrol first light. Thank you, black timber. Headlamps withdrew down slope. The engine backed out with the tender patience of a person parking a crib with sleeping twins. The deputy's taillights went away with the modesty of law that knows enough not to ask questions it can't prosecute. The 7 black circles kept being 7 black circles under a sky that wanted to be innocent. I did not sleep like a person. I slept like a battery on a dying phone, briefly and with shame. When dawn clarified itself and the world remembered it had colors, I set binoculars and the Osborne in the same patient relationship and went to work. Ash shapes read differently by daylight. The 7 were exact enough now to deserve the word uniform. 2 meters across, as IC said. The ground around them had that dark sugar look ash gets when water talks it out of being a threat. Wind should have smudged their edges. It hadn't. Each circle had a lip, like a crust baked around the edge of a pie, a delicate rim you get when heat meets sap and the sap decides to be glass for a while. Between the 7 circles, the ground looked like nothing had happened. Pine litter, duff, low grass. The same as yesterday, except now I knew it had spent a night beside a physics experiment and chosen not to learn a thing. I logged my morning check with grace, professional and square, and did not say my stomach knows how to spell this and it spells it wrong. Around 10, a county investigator and a Forest Service prevention tech parked white government in the spur, and did that long walk up the slope that makes clipboards look coy. I watched them make circles inside my circles. I watched them point and not find an ignition source to point at. I watched them take photos that would not explain anything to anyone except a person looking for proof that not everything gets an explanation. At noon, the wind teased itself into small flourishes and left. The investigator and tech left, too. The slope went back to being a slope. I ate a peanut butter sandwich that tasted like literal laborers' wages and sipped water like it had meeting minutes in it. At 14:30, the sunlight swung right and the 7 ash circles did something new. From this angle, this tiniest new angle, the ash in each circle wasn't flat. The hotshots had stirred and cooled, sure, but in 3 of the 7 the ash had drifted. Not random, not beautiful, drifted toward a center none of us had named out loud. I unfolded the topo, drew the approximate ring, found its center with the fussy pleasure of a person who likes compasses. Then I drew a line from that imagined center toward Tower 19. A simple radial, a kindergarten sun line. I went back to the glass and looked. The ash drift in 3 of the circles had arranged itself like little chevrons. Directional. If you drew arrows as a kid and pressed too hard with your pencil, you would have made these. Notched impressions pointing away from the circles and toward that center. The chevrons in the opposite circles had faint dust tails, pointing the same way. I set the Osborne's alidade on the nearest of those ash chevrons and sighted through. The arm sat at 019 degrees. I laughed once. It sounded like a person swallowing wrong. I nudged the arm to confirm. 019, Tower 19. A coincidence shaped like a choice. The mind is good at pattern. It will connect any 2 dots with a 3rd dot it invents. I tried to be uncharitable to myself and failed. I tracked each ash drift, aligning the alidade until the world and the wheel agreed. Every one of those tiny ashen arrows, unmistakable now that I'd let them be, pointed along the same radial, from the ring's center to me. A compass wants a needle. The ring had been a compass all night, and nobody had told it which way was north until morning found me and decided I was a direction. I keyed the mic, then let my thumb come off the transmit because you only get to be crazy on the radio once per career. I wrote instead, in the margin where other people had written other things they wished weren't true. 14:37, 7 burn scars mapping a near-perfect circle, diameter ~200 m. Ash drift within multiple circles forms chevrons aligned on radial bearing 019 degrees i.e. toward Tower 19. No wind sufficient to account for uniform directional pattern observed. Do not approach. Observe per Rule 5. The pencil looked small on the page. The room did that holding its breath thing like it was proud of me for writing it down at all. A jay landed on the north railing and looked at me like I'd told a joke only I thought was funny. Somewhere down the slope, a loose bit of bark clattered. I put the Osborne arm back on 019 and left it there because if a thing is going to point at you, it should have the courtesy to do it openly. Sunlight found the ash and made the chevrons glow dull, and I remembered the first time Diaz taught me how to find a pulse in a kid's wrist. Don't press. Let it come to you. I didn't press. I stood with my hands flat on the desk, the compass I didn't want sighted dead center at me, and the wheel whispering 019 under my left thumb. The radio hissed with the gentle indifference of a world without answers. Down there, in the daylight, the ash pointed at my tower. Up here, I pretended that being pointed at was the same as being seen. Morning wore the kind of light that makes a person believe in reason again. The 7 ash circles downslope had cooled to dull coins in a field of green, and the chevrons of drift that pointed at 019 degrees at me looked less like a plan and more like a coincidence I could bully with coffee. At 08:00, I read the numbers. Grace logged them with her usual calm and told me a red flag watch might return by week's end if humidity slipped. I almost told her about the ash needle pointing to Tower 19, and then didn't, because some sentences are too heavy to lift over a radio. Rule 5 went back to being a sentence on paper. Rule 6 sat in my head like a sleeping dog. If someone below calls your name, do not answer and do not verify. It had kept me alive through nights that wanted to take my voice and use it against me. Daylight has a way of making rules sound dramatic. I made rounds I didn't need to make. I tightened lid rings on the food bins as if bears were literate. I retaped a loose corner of the Osborne map just to have something to tame. I wrote 019 in the top right corner of the weather log and told myself it was just a notation, not superstition. At 13:22, 49 minutes after the noon check, I saw the man. He wasn't moving, but he wasn't hiding. The first glimpse came at the edge of a pattern. My eyes crossing the same clockwork path they always cross when I glass the east, and something resisting being part of a tree. 50, maybe 55 yards beyond the clearing, where the first run of trunk gives you the illusion of a wall, a figure stood and looked up through the light. I put the binoculars on him and had a small debate with myself about pronouns. He because the shoulder line read male, because that's what my brain wanted. It because nothing about the pose earned humanness yet. He wore dark, not black. It would have read shiny in spots if it were black. Dark the way an old jacket gets when it's been rained on enough times to learn humility. The face lived in shadow from the brim of something, cap, hood, that quality of air that chooses not to reveal. Hands at sides, feet square. I focused in a click. Breath in, breath out, and then a steadier view. Stillness. You don't realize how much people twitch until you watch one not doing it. No weight shift, no micro scratches, no jaw clench. I held a full minute, counting, and saw nothing I could pin to life except the fact that he continued to exist in space the way a person would. Rule 6's second half, do not verify, isn't printed but it's implied. Verification is a kind of contact. Contact is a kind of invitation. I didn't raise the radio. I didn't wave. I didn't do the ranger thing where you cup your hands and offer water and directions and a small speech about backcountry permits. I set the binoculars down and looked with naked eyes, which is a kind of test. He was still there, same spot, same orientation, same lack of sway. The timber behind him shrugged light aside. You can tell yourself anything in the first 5 minutes. Hunter, hiker. A volunteer from prevention, some poor lost day tripper who thought he'd pick his way to a view and got more view than he wanted. You can keep telling yourself things into the 6th and 7th minute. Past 10, your body stops letting you tell yourself stories for free. I picked up the glass again at 13:35. Same. Shadow blunt over features, the way a face on a coin has shape but no willingness to share. I whispered the numbers because math is a charm. 53 yards, give or take, bearing 19 degrees off my east window, of course. I let the Osborne's alidade swing and put it on him. 19 degrees. I laughed once and it came out like a cough. He stood there through 13:40, through 13:55, through 14:15. The tower breathed. The pines made their needly hymns, a jay heckled nearby like a man auditioning to be a jury of one. The figure did none of those things, he just stayed. At 14:28 I set the binoculars down on the desk with a little more care than necessary and got my phone. There is a point, and you never know when you've reached it until much later, when the only thing that makes sense is to make a record. If the world refuses to be reasonable, you can at least be archival. I opened the camera and centered him in the frame, bracing my forearm so the shot wouldn't get that live view wobble that destroys truth. I let the phone roll for 2 minutes. He didn't move. I took a still. I took three. I took a short pan. From the west rail across the clearing past the figure to the east trees, because a pan gives context. The phone showed me what I knew it should show me. A man not moving in a place where men normally did. I hit stop. I swiped into the reel to check the footage like a person checking his own pulse. Empty timber. The trees, the run of trunks, the exact place where he was right now, occupied by air and needles and nothing in between, the light on bark the same as the light on my flesh, not bent around the idea of a person. My stills showed the same insult. 53 yards of not him. Okay, I said softly, the way you speak to a dog that has stepped on glass and doesn't know why you're reaching. I pressed back to live view. There he was, crisp in pixel terms, braced with the help of my hands. A figure where the forest wasn't. I swiped to playback, trees. I did it again because doubt is a machine that runs on fuel you personally deliver to it. Live, figure, playback, not figure. The taste in my mouth changed. The tower is very good at letting you know which liquids have been in it lately. Bleach had been in it lately. I could name the smell of Idaho on the coffee mug. This was something else. A tinny, battery penny note that made my gums feel like spectators. Rule 6 does not say don't record. It says don't verify. I decided that seeing your own phone lie to you on 2 trips out and back counts as proof without being contact. The way hearing your own name in a voice you love counts as temptation without being consent. There was a cardboard box under the radio desk that I hadn't bothered to catalog, because it wasn't taped bleach or cleaners. And when a room has both of those words in it, other words look unambitious. I slid it out with my boot now and popped it open. Old rangers leave offerings. Inside, 2 rolls of bright orange flagging tape, a handful of alkaline AAs that might be good if you were cheerful, a Sharpie that had dried out into a memorial, and a disposable camera. One of those single-use jobs with a wind wheel and a flash that believes it is a sun. Next to it, half buried in a rag, a Polaroid. Square-bodied, the kind that eats little white frames and gives you ghosts if you're patient. I turned the disposable over in my hand. Someone had drawn a frowny face on the back with a pen. I wound it until the little counter window clicked into place with the number 18. 18 frames left. It was absurd to think the chemistry would still be reliable. It was more absurd to think I had better ideas. I raised the plastic viewfinder, framed the figure, and pressed the button. The camera stuttered its little chirp and the flash popped in the middle of day like it owed me money. I took 3 in a row, rewinding between them with my thumb until the wheel stopped each time. The figure did not move except to take residence in my forearm nerves. I set the disposable down on the desk and reached for the Polaroid. The battery pack in instant film can age out and take your last good intention with it. I thumbed the back open, film pack inside, 7 small white frames remaining if the little numbers could be trusted. A sticky note on the body read, "Shed, keep dry" in someone's tight block print. "Let's see you lie to me," I said, not sure who I meant, the camera, the world, myself. I went to the north window where the view kept him in center third, where the ash ring radius of 0-19 degrees and my tower's northern edge made a narrow lane of story. I raised the Polaroid, exhaled, and clicked. The camera whirred its mechanical sigh and spat a white tongue. I put it on the desk without looking, face down. Instant film has rules and they are comfortingly precise. 90 seconds, 2 minutes if you like drama. Don't shake it, that was always a myth. Let chemistry do what chemistry does in the absence of superstition. I kept the glass on the figure, he kept the figure on me. At 14:51, the shadow edge pushed over his boots. I checked the clock because the brain likes anchors. He had been there now 29 minutes, then 49, then an hour and a half. I imagined Mike wrote witches on the threshold of nerve. I imagined him blinking at an interval my eyes couldn't measure. I imagined that all the imagining was a way to keep Rule 6 from needing me to say yes to it with my whole body. The first Polaroid finished doing what it does. I flipped it over. Trees. Not exactly empty this time. At the edge of the frame, where the depth of field goes to die, a shape like the idea of a shoulder. A dark bite out of a branch line that could have been a trick of the angle or a failure of my courage. Okay, I told the universe. Okay. I took another, waited, flipped. The dark bite had become less shy. The feeling you get when you stare at one of those magic eye prints long enough and the dinosaur pops out of dots, that feeling, but in reverse. I wasn't seeing something more. I was seeing something less willing to be a question. I lined a third, careful to include the lower run of the steel stairs in frame. The hamstring of the tower crossed the bottom right corner of the viewfinder, the first 10 treads in clean geometry. I took the shot. Chemistry began. While it cooked, I took my phone again and rolled new video. Live view, figure still as a religious argument. Playback, the clear scene where I'd expected to see a person and instead got proof that bark has always been bark. I set the phone down. I looked at the Polaroid. I did not flip it yet. At 16:03, the man was exactly where he had been at 13:22, which is a sentence that should mean everything is fine, and somehow means the opposite. I ate 2 crackers without tasting them and took a 4th instant shot, this time framed to put the figure on the left and the base of the ladder full right. I put it beside the third on the desk, both of them face down like players in a small card game you do not want to win. The rule repeats a rhythm if you let it. Don't answer. Don't verify. It does not say don't look. So I looked without moving toward him, and sometimes that small difference is the only thing you own in a room with 4 windows and a voice that talks to you at night in a child's confidence. At 16:28, a cloud the size of a station wagon came across the sun, and shadows arrived early. They stroked the trunks and made new laws about depth. The man did not change. He stood like he had been planted, watching a thing only he could see. I turned the third Polaroid over first. The dark bite had cast an opinionated shadow. The shape was legible now in the way absence becomes specific. You could tell which way the shoulder angled, which line the head made against the notch in the canopy. It still left me room to lie to myself, which is what cowards are for. I turned the 4th. Closer. Same frame, same sight line, but the figure had fattened by a fraction, as if the lens had done what glass does when you twist it wrong. The lower band of the photo held the toe of the stairs where the metal meets the ground. In the white margin below, the chemical development had pooled a little blue-gray swirl like distant weather. My hands left sweat prints on the border and the photo took them in without complaint. Outside, he did not move. Inside, the photos did. Don't verify, I said, and heard how my mouth wanted that to be a prayer. I took a 5th shot, grabbing more of the stairs, less of the canopy. If the tower had a face, I framed its mouth. I set the photo down to cook. I set a timer on the old digital watch I'd stashed by the radio because regular time is a love language when the world flirts with being not regular. At 17:01, I let myself flip it. The stairs held 10 treads in right-angle certainty. On the 7th tread, the space above the rail showed the forest where the forest always was. On the 6th, a shadow too compact to be a trick. On the 5th, a shape met the geometry of the step. Shoe, boot. The shape of a foot without the courtesy of edges. A flattening of light where a weight should be. The sense of a shin above it, emerging, deciding whether to belong to the world or not. I did not breathe for one count because breath would have been an opinion. I lifted the photo closer, and the chemical dance made the image more sure of itself. The foot on the 5th tread filmed into definition like a truth that didn't need my help. Live view on the phone showed empty stairs, a tower leg, trees commuting home from their daily job of being themselves. The Polaroid in my hand showed a person on my stairs. I reached for the radio without keying it, reflex calling my palm to warm plastic. The addenda sat on the desk with Rule 6 underlined so hard the paper had thinned. I put the Polaroid next to it, the little white frame touching the words that forbid certain kinds of knowing. Outside, beyond glass that had seen me make ordinances and break none of them, a man I could not watch climb stood motionless. Inside, a photograph kept developing. The too compact shadow on the 6th tread decided to be a knee. Something like the idea of a hand appeared, just where the rail would be, as if a person had lightly touched steel on the way up to see if it was real. I kept the photo flat on the desk, and my hand flat beside it to prove I was still a single animal and not more than one. I did not key the mic. I did not speak his name because I did not know it, and because anyone who knows how to use names in these woods has already had his fill of mine. The stairs in the Polaroid accepted another inch of someone who wasn't there, and the 5th tread, my 5th tread, held weight the room refused to admit. Morning made a case for sanity. Straight light, honest shadows, the ash rings downslope cooling into coins I could pretend not to read. I lined the Polaroids from yesterday along the radio desk, each one a small argument with reality. The last frame showing a weight on my 5th tread that live video refused to acknowledge. I slid them into a manila envelope and wrote stairs, 019 degrees on the tab because labels are the last trick a person has left before superstition. At 0800 I gave the weather to Grace. She made it belong somewhere. I didn't tell her about the photos or the way Ash had pointed a compass needle at my cab. After nights like mine, people deserve their version of the world. Rule 6, do not answer, do not verify, kept its grip. But today's page in the operations addenda, Tower 19, had a different sentence underlined until the paper thinned. 7. When the ladder groans 3 times, freeze. Do not move or speak for 2 minutes. The rule had saved me once inside the cab. I hadn't yet learned what it felt like on the steel. The day itself behaved. I glassed the usual quadrants, wrote the usual numbers, ate the usual food with the same unearned gratitude. By afternoon, a loose ribbon of orange flagging I'd tied on day 1 to mark wind direction had worked itself free and snapped against the north railing like a metronome. It shouldn't have bothered me. It did. A small tick in your eye will ruin an entire page. Fix it before dark. I told myself, the same way I'd told myself 100 small things that turned into debts when I didn't pay them on time. At 18:27 I did the weather, calm into calmer, humidity creeping, no surprises. Dusk poured in with that blue that makes you think you have more time than you do. I set the Polaroid envelope under the weather log, taped the addenda to the desk so it could look at me, and I could pretend I wasn't looking back, and went to the hatch with a pair of snips in my pocket to cut the flagging clean. The tape line I'd sharpied never descend after sundown across winked beige in the last of the light. Sundown, I told myself, is a line. You can straddle a line if you keep your boots on the right plank. I cracked the hatch. Air carried pine and the cool that lives under it. The flagging snapped, 1, 2, 3, like a kid drumming on the table. Step out, snip, step back. Fast as touching a stove to prove it isn't hot. I set one boot on the top tread. Temperature changes faster on steel than it does in air. The cold through my boot sole had that straight-to-bone quality that makes your breath reconsider. I set my second boot down to settle weight and keep from doing something clumsy at the worst possible angle. The tower under me felt alive in the way a sleeping animal admits to breathe when you lay your hand on its chest. The sun chose that exact second to drop behind the west ridge like a coin into a pocket. The blue turned night. I told myself one reached with the snips and the latter answered with a groan that came up through the ribs of the structure and into mine. Not a squeal, not a complaint about corrosion. A long, low bowstring drawing through the legs, through the bolts, through the sheet metal, into my boots, up the tibias, across the shelf of my pelvis and up my sternum until the sound lived behind my breastbone. I froze out of reflex. EMS taught me that much. When something starts using your body as equipment, you stop volunteering. The second groan arrived halfway through whatever count my head had been making. It wasn't louder, it was closer. Same note, same duration, but now the mast of me was part of the instrument. My fillings did not ache Rule 8's territory, but the pressure found the hollow in the center of my chest where old adrenaline teaches its class. The steel hummed and my sternum hummed with it like a tuning fork you didn't mean to touch. The rational thing was to step back into the cab. I shifted the weight of my left foot toward retreat, half an ounce maybe, just enough to say later. The latter answered me. A small reply groan, a fraction of the same note, bounced up through the tread and hit me dead center, like a knock from the inside. I felt it more than I heard it, a tap on the back of the heart. My breath miscounted itself and tried a different meter. "Freeze," I said, or meant to say. My jaw moved, and the act of moving sent a thin echo of the sound back through me, as if the latter had taught me its call and response and expected me to respect it. The third groan gathered from far below and arrived with the certainty of a train you can't see but know will not ask for directions. It took the spoon-on-stove trick and made it a posture. The tiny metal jitter inside the cab answered in sympathy. I remembered the rule as if someone else read it to me from under the floorboards. 3 groans, freeze, 2 minutes. Do not move, do not speak. Inside the cab, freezing had been a choice. Out here, 2 boots on tread, hands on rails already sweating in my palms, freezing was a negotiation. I set my eyes on a single bolt head level with my chin. The bolt head had a nick at 11 o'clock, a mark from some past wrench that had slipped. I put all of my judgment into that nick. If I looked at the trees, I would have to admit how the world looked without me in it. If I looked down, I would have to decide whether the stairs had company. My watch hand swept. One long sweep, another. My lungs wanted to prove they were not furniture. I gave them exactly what they asked for and no more. In the second sweep, a gnat tickled under my right eye. The small nerve that connects itch to scratch is older than rules. The act of not lifting a finger sent a quake through the muscle of my will that the latter picked up like gossip. The tread under my left foot thrummed. a little pulse, a little reminder. On the third sweep, my throat wanted to swallow. I swallowed permission instead. Even the thought of a swallow made the sternum hum want to answer. I ground my molars gentle until the urge left. The rails cooled my palms, then forgot to be cold. My skin had memorized them. Halfway through minute 1, a breeze went through the trees and failed to touch me. Halfway through minute 2, the breeze tried again and got bored. Sound sharpened, not louder, just cleaner. The world became a room where the person who had been talking went quiet and everything else cleared its throat. Don't speak. Don't move. The ricochet impulse, the way the ladder sent my tiny motions back to me, taught me fast what counts as movement when you're standing on a structure that has decided to make you part of its body. An eyelid becomes a lever. A toe becomes a hammer. A breath becomes a broadcast. 30 seconds left. I could hear it, the tiny breathing of the steel itself. Not groans now, not full notes. Micro exhale/inhale noises as metal remembered its temperature and tried on a new one. A tick-tick, a SSSSSS, the faintest ah when weight settles that last intolerable millimeter. I matched my breath to it without meaning to. In, out, the steel answered, not echo, harmony. The exhale in the ladder's rails lined up with mine like two singers aiming for the same vibrato. 20 seconds. The urge to move was not an urge anymore. It was a creature. It wanted to lift a heel, to test a knee, to step backward into the cab and be a person again. The rule held me by the collar and said stay. 10. The ladder's quiet breath had a second layer now. Under the SSSSSS of the metals settling, something like a wet sound, distant as if heard through the bones of the structure, faint, time to the small flex the steel made in sympathy with me. 5. My chest rose. The rails gave a coarse little counterpart sound I would have called air through a narrowed throat if there had been a throat to narrow. 2. 2 minutes. I did not move on 2 because rules are the minimum. I let the watch hand pass 12 again, a grace period I had not earned. The ladder let me. The tiny breath sounds did not stop. They adjusted, choosing me the way a metronome chooses a tempo once a pianist has started to play. Slow as paperwork, I started to lift my right boot off the tread. The ladder put a knock in my sternum like a door you don't want to answer, and the wet breath underneath the steel's little exhale caught in the exact same place a human cough would catch if a person were trying not to cough. I set my boot back down without thinking, because something beneath me had been holding its breath with me, and it had just tried not to fail. This is the place in a story where the narrator lies about bravery. I do not have that skill. I stood there, 2 hands on rail, 2 boots on steel, and felt the tower breathe. I counted to 10 again, and the second breath counted with me. On 10 I moved. Not a step, just the lift of weight off my heels toward the hatch. The rails sang a low, apologetic MMM. My sternum hummed the same. And under it the wet twin breath drew in when I drew in, let go when I let go, held when I held. I thought, not echo. I thought company. I thought, don't look and don't ask because Rule 2 still lives and Rule 6 hasn't finished with you. I let my left hand slide, half an inch toward the hatch frame. The rail murmured, my chest answered, and the second breath, quiet as a secret, exactly in time with the metal, inhaled when I did. By morning the tower felt like a chest that didn't want to cough. The stairs had taught me a new way for steel to breathe. I'd matched it and survived. Now the room watched me the way a dog watches a door, waiting for a motion it knows is coming. I made coffee, checked the Osborne, penciled 019 in the corner of the weather log like a superstition I wasn't ready to bury. At 0800, I read numbers to Grace, and she put them where numbers go. I almost said the ladder learned to breathe with me, and then didn't, because I didn't know how to make that sentence true for anyone but me. The first drop showed up at 0817. Dark, almost brown at the edge, it bloomed on the radio desk shelf and threaded a single line down toward the mic clip. The smell announced itself. The ink on Rule 9 had dried by morning, but the smell of it still lived in the paper, solvent and warning. 9. After dark, do not answer dispatch if it uses your full name. It will use her voice. I held the page a moment longer than necessary, as if warmth from my hand could evaporate what the sentence meant. Then I slid the addenda under the weather log like you cover a mirror in a house where something has gone wrong. At 0800, I read my numbers. Grace logged them into whatever tidy universe keeps this one from turning into static. You've got a mellow morning, 19. Enjoy the cheap ones, she said. Her voice had its usual small smile. She called me 19. She always called me 19. I almost told her about Rule 9. Instead, I organized it into something she could use. Grace, quick ask, I said, pretending to flip pages. Would you humor me on a calm sanity check? Hit me. If you need to reach me after 2100, start with an authentication phrase so I know it's you. I let that hang just long enough. Make it something no one on earth would say on the fire net unless they were you. She didn't laugh. Good. Okay, what do you want? You pick it. I'll echo it back, then you call me Tower 19 and we carry on like professionals. A breath on the line. All right, take this down, anchor in the black. I wrote it on a post-it and stuck it to the radio shelf above the mic jack. Anchor in the black, I repeated. Solid. And you're not wrong, she said, tired humor warming the edges. Real tip, nobody legit says over and out. Anybody does that, you hang up on a movie. I'll try to resist the urge to salute my TV, I said. Second tip, if a voice calls you Evan on the net, it isn't my net. You're Tower 19 out there. Copy. She let the thing be what it was. A prophylactic against a sentence I didn't know how to say out loud. We signed off without theater, she to her board and me to my windows. The day behaved. A hawk did his physics. A chipmunk rehearsed contempt and stuck the landing. I did the good work that keeps madness stupid. Inventory. A light rescrub of the north pane where 5 small streaks didn't dare return. Bleach down the ladder rungs just because. At noon, I logged the postcard weather and the calm that wasn't. A deputy slow-rolled the spur road below the ash rings and left board. The 7 circles remained only the char a person can photograph. At 1800, my weather came back boring and true. Night should be quiet, Grace said. I'll ping you if it isn't. Thanks, I said, and added the obvious, too light by half. See you at the authentication phrase. Anchor in the black, 19, she said, because people who are good at their work try your joke on before the punchline gets expensive. Dusk did what dusk does, sold me on the idea that I had more time than I did. The tape stripe that says never descend after sundown glowed beige. I set the Polaroid envelope on the desk, edge tucked under the weather log, as if weight can keep truth from moving. Rule 5 floated up and put its palm on the glass. Log every flame you see. Do not approach any lights between 2100 0400. At 21:14, a tiny orange declared itself due south, too sharp and low to be starlight, too steady to be a plane. A campfire-sized bead burnt through the trees half a mile out where no trail goes and no map bothers to write a name. I put the Osborne on it, read my degrees and distance, 180 degrees 05, and keyed the mic. Tower 19 to dispatch, flame visible due south, half mile, single source, logging per 5, no approach. Carrier hiss, no voice. I tried again. Nothing. I wrote the coordinates in the margin next to Rule 5 and underlined no approach because rules are only expensive when you regret them. At 21:21, the radio cracked alive. Evan Pierce, this is dispatch, how copy? I didn't move. My palms were on the desk. The desk felt like a living thing trying not to breathe too loudly. The voice was Grace's voice. All the consonants right, her vowels wearing their usual boots. But my full name like a fingerprint you didn't give. Rule 9 put one finger on my sternum and pressed. After dark, do not answer dispatch if it uses your full name. It will use her voice. The carrier stayed open for a beat too long, the way a person stands at a door after knocking and listens to what kind of floor you have. Evan. It tried lighter. The line parasites all had Grace's timbre. The grammar did not. We need you to descend to verify a small light south of you. Quick look only. No sign of spread. You can be feet on the ground for 2 minutes. Copy. Nobody says descend. Dispatch asks for eyes and numbers and patience, not feet. Nobody tells you to go feet on the ground from a lookout at night. And Grace doesn't call me Evan. I didn't key up. I let the chair be my weight and the chair be my witness. The voice kept going in the exact cadence that had gotten me through 28 boring check-ins. We've got hot shots. No, moving in from the east with a Type 1 tanker. No, so you're just confirming it's not a flare-up. There are people who know wildland work and people who know words about wildland work. I could feel the difference crawl across my scalp. Hot shots, not hot shots. Type 1 air tanker is a thing birds fly. A water tender is a truck that brings love to a thirsty pump. Flare-up is a behavior, not a noun you can go tag like a deer. Copy, Evan. Just 2 minutes on foot. My hands made fists on their own. Rule 2 sat up next to Rule 9 and reminded my legs they were furniture. Never descend after sundown. The orange bead down south pretended to be a question. The past 2 weeks volunteered their thesis on what happens when I answer questions that pretend. The radio hissed a moment, then came alive again. I'll authenticate, it said, helpful as a bad dog. Anchor to the Black Tower 19. I almost laughed. It came out of my chest wrong. I kept my thumb off transmit, counted breath, and let the trap do its work. Anchor in the black. Grace's pick, repeated back by something that heard me practice and couldn't quite play it. When you learn to run calls, you also learn to set little trips for your own panic. I set another now. I keyed up with a voice that could have been sleep. Dispatch, authenticate on today's ERCG for our zone. In Wildland, energy release component, ERC, wears letters like a religion. A person who sits aboard with a dozen zones in their head can grab the right one, or at least say stand by and make you wait 2 seconds and then give it. A thing pretending to be that person will reach for the prop closet. Grace's voice said, and I hated that I had to call it that. Your ERC is nominal, green. ERC isn't green. Sometimes your preparedness level is. Sometimes your adjective is. ERC is a number, and nobody on the fire net says nominal unless they're reading a manual for rockets. I kept my thumb down. Dispatch, confirm you're on VHF 5 and not County Side B. Affirmative, it said without the half-second a human takes to glance. We're on Channel 5 Bravo. Grace says VHF 5. She knows exactly whose net she's on. And 5 Bravo is something a deputy would say into a microphone when his chief is watching. It's not what she says to me. I breathed. The voice listened to my breath, and that was the worst of it. The carrier stayed open. The whisper of my lungs came back at me a fraction of a second late under her tone, like a person on speakerphone in a tiled hallway. Code phrase, anchor in the black. I laid my palm on the post-it. The paper warmed. Dispatch, I said, friendly, bored a man at a gas pump. What's LSAS stand for? Silence deep enough to feel like a small winter. Then, lines, communication, egress, safety. I closed my eyes. L says is lookouts, communications, escape routes, safety zones. If you live up here, you don't forget the order. And nobody says egress on a fire unless they are riding a grant. Dispatch, I said. Identify the type of the engine you offered me last week for Ridge Road. I heard my own breath come back through the carrier again, in a beat after I inhaled, out a beat after I exhaled. The voice covered it with a polite answer. Type 2, two-wheel drive, 4 firefighters. I could hear grace in the syllables and not at all in the content. The county engine is Type 3 and it smells like sap and jokes. Two-wheel drive is a sin we save for suburbs. Hold for my next, I said, and took my thumb off. My hand shook once, the way a horse does when a fly finds its soft part. I set the hand flat on the desk and let wood be true. The orange bead to the south wavered like a candle under a person's breath. Rule 5, tap the glass. Log every flame. Do not approach any lights between 2100 0400. I wrote the time and the bearing a second time, a little heavier. 2128. Flame persists. No spread, no approach. The mic popped again. Pierce, it said, casual like an old friend. Just ease down and check it. The hot shots are almost there. It's contained. Containment has numbers. You don't say contained without earning the percent and resting your head on it. And hot shots. You can hear it in the mouth when it's right, the way you can hear Diaz when a drunk tries to say it and ends up with Diaz. I thought about the night below, about a small light acting like a campfire nowhere a campfire should be, about the orange dot resolving into one of 7 into none of the above, about Ash deciding 019 was more important than the wind. I pressed transmit and reached for the thing in me that used to sign reports. Dispatch, I'm holding at Tower 19. Rule 5 is in effect. I will not descend after sundown. I will not verify lights. If you have tasking, send it through DayNet tomorrow. The voice put the brakes on its calm and tried for stern. Evan, you will descend now. It didn't like the taste of the word will. It dragged on it and made it longer. Anchor to the black, do you copy? I didn't key up. I watched the orange bead hold like an idea. I listened to the carrier. Under the not Grace voice, the breath came back again, mine a quarter second late. Not a tape delay like the aux, a mimic so close to me I wanted to scrape it off. My finger found the white noise loop button on the little recorder and tapped it. 4 in, 6 out, my voice breathing, a mammal in a box as proof of life. The loop played low on the shelf. Anchor to the black, the not Grace said again, too quick now, eager to pass a test it had already failed. We need verification on the flare-up ignition point. I let the loop go 1 cycle. On the second, I changed my breathing. 6 in, 4 out. An ugly pattern, wrong for anyone who's tried to calm himself down. The loop kept doing 4/6. The carrier caught my actual lungs and sent them back 6/4 under her voice. I keyed up and nuked any sweetness I had left. Dispatch, if it's you, you will say the phrase correctly and not use my name at night. You will call me Tower 19. You will not ask me to step off this tower to verify lights. You will tell me your supervisor's call sign. And you will tell me what you told me at 8 this morning about cheap shifts. Silence. Then, anchor to the black 19. It tried, cheating with one correct thing. Operations says you need to confirm. Ops doesn't live on this net, I said and wanted to clap. You want me to move? Send it through the IC on DayNet and put it in the 209. Something in the carrier moved. the small hiss a mouth makes when it smiles with lips closed. The voice softened into the tone people use when they try to sell you a dog they found. "Okay," it said. "Okay, Tower 19, just one thing before we let you get your beauty sleep." I didn't like that. I liked what followed even less. The carrier stayed open. The speaker breathed with me for 2 counts like a friend at the other end of a line who doesn't want to hang up yet. Then, in a voice that was almost Grace's, pitched half a key lower and warmed with something that had no business being warm, it whispered a street and a number. I felt my stomach drop and catch on something old and metal. "Say again," I said before remembering do not answer is about radios too. It obliged, slow, as if it were reading off a doorbell from memory. 1173 South Wolf, Unit 5B, Denver, 3rd floor landing that never warmed up. I hadn't put that address on any of the seasonal forms. I hadn't said it to Grace. I hadn't written it in the weather log or the back of my hand. It had been a place I left parts of myself, and the only place it existed now was behind my ribs and in the petty ledger of the post office. "Copy." The knot Grace asked, kind as a knife under a napkin. I took my thumb off transmit and put both hands flat on the desk because wood is what you touch when you need to prove you are not a radio. The orange bead to the south burned like a dot on a map you wish you'd never drawn. On the shelf above the mic jack, the post-it read anchor in the black in my handwriting. The addenda under my left palm thrummed with the memory of wet ink. The speaker breathed with me once more, in when I did, out when I did, then clicked silent, leaving the room full of air I suddenly couldn't afford. Outside, the forest made the sound pine makes when it has no idea what your name is. Inside, something that knew where I slept waited for me to say it again. I kept the addenda under the weather log as if paper weight could keep ink from growing more sentences. Rule 9 looked dry, but the solvent bite still lived in the fibers. I tried not to think about the voice last night, how it wore Grace like a uniform, how it said my Denver address the way a person reads a headstone. I tried and failed, so I did the oldest trick I know. I worked. 0800 weather. Wind 3 out of west, 68 Fahrenheit. RH 38 unlimited vis. No lightning observed. Grace. The Grace logged it with her small smile audible and called me 19 like always. I said copy like always and did not tell her the page in my cab had learned to write. The morning was not a lie. Jays heckled, squirrels performed small crimes, the 7 coins of black downslope sat quiet. I glassed a regular pattern until distance became grammar again. At 10:11 I felt something change before I saw it. One of those subtle edits the world makes that your body catches a second ahead of your eyes. The air under the cab did a temperature trick. The hairs on my forearms spelled a word I didn't appreciate. I put the binoculars on the ground at the base of the tower and lost my breath for a count. A ring had appeared, thin, perfect, gray where the needles had been green. Not a path someone had walked. Not wind scrub. Ash. Uniform as if poured from a careful height. Circling the tower legs at a radius my eye wanted to call 19 feet because the number had decided to become a hobby of my life. Call it 6 yards, call it an easy throw from the rail, close enough to insult me. Width, 5 to 6 inches of concentrated gray. Depth, hard to know at a glance but too substantial to be just dust. The ring crossed roots and pebbles without obeying them. It did not smudge where a leaf touched it. The leaf had ash on it now like makeup. I moved the Osborne's arm to the east leg and let the alidade sight along the ring to the next leg. The geometry made a case for itself. A circle, true as the map's own printed kind. The air inside the cab cooled a notch, not wind, temperature. My breath didn't fog, it almost did. The sling psychrometer is a little ritual with a thermometer and a wet bulb. I spun it out of habit and did the math because math is a spell. The relative humidity number nudged up 3 points without cause. The dry bulb temp dropped 2 degrees in 5 minutes while the shaded air outside stayed the same. The cab had made itself a cold pocket. I palmed the ladder rail where it disappears into the hatch. Warm. Not sun warm, not air warm. A living warmth. The kind you feel when you put your palm against a sleeping dog's ribs and the dog decides not to make a thing of it. I pulled my hand back and then put it there again longer. The warmth pulsed, slow. 12 to 13 a minute if I had to call it. Breathing speed. It found my palm and stayed there, answered by a faint vibration like a throat clearing under miles of steel. The ring at the base lay quiet with the arrogance of perfect shapes. In 3 sections, ash had subtle chevrons pressed into it, not outward this time, like in the slope circle, but in toward the legs as if something had dragged tiny points from the outside of the line toward the steel. I keyed the mic. Dispatch, Tower 19, unusual observation at base. Ash ring, uniform. Radius approximately 19 feet, width 6 inches. No active flame, no smoke. Request you log and advise if any crews nearby saw debris burn on our spur last night. Grace, copy ash ring, radius 19 feet, width 6 inches. No reported debris burn, any wind at your elevation. Negative, calm. Cab temp dropped 2 degrees in 5 minutes, inside cooler than ambient. Ladder rails are warm. She didn't answer the warm because the net isn't for poetry. I'll flag prevention, get photos. Attempting, I said, because cameras and truth don't like each other much up here. I took stills anyway, phone down through the hatch, the rail in frame, the ring beyond. Live view showed what live view shows. A circle where there had been no circle, the legs like punctuation marks in somebody else's sentence. Playback turned it into a story without a plot. I could see gray on the pine duff. I could not convince the phone it was a ring. The chevrons washed out to nothing. The video looked like I'd filmed boredom and insisted it meant something. I put the phone down and didn't swear because sometimes that only teaches the room to enjoy your words. The warmth in the rail climbed, a notch at a time. I tested with the back of my fingers the way you test a bottle for a baby even if you've never had one. No pain. Body heat, enough to say someone's home. By noon, the cold was settled in around the desk like a polite guest mid-visit. I ate quickly because the smell of the addenda's old ballpoint had decided to be food, and I didn't want to confuse myself. My fillings, 2 molars, gift of a night shift and a vending machine, registered a whisper of sensation. Not ache, a presence. I did the weather like a man paying his taxes. Calm, 71 Fahrenheit outside, cab interior 66, RH 42, vis unlimited. Copy 19, Grace said. Say again on cab interior. Colder than ambient by 5 degrees. Notice drop beginning around 10. She made a small sound that lives somewhere between HM and right then. Prevention says to stay off the ground until they can get eyes on the ring. Tomorrow morning earliest. No approach. Copy no approach. Rule 5 already had a palm against the glass for that. Do not approach any lights between 2100 0400. This wasn't light. It was ash. But the spirit of the thing knew what it knew. I spent the afternoon documenting like a person trying to convince a future self he had evidence. I drew the ring on the topo, marked the legs, sketched the chevrons. I listened to the ladder like a doctor listens to a chest, ear on rail, the cool of steel and the not cool inside it. The beat stayed at 12 or 13, then slid to 11 for a while as if pacing me. When I changed my breathing, the ladder's warmth did not change with me. It paced something else. At 16, 20, a wind skated across the ridge and didn't touch the ring. Needles flickered 10 yards out. The circle held its crisp edge like it had been ironed. I watched a single flake of tinder drift toward it and drop just short as if it had met a wall I couldn't see. I logged. 16. 22, slight ridge wind, ring edge unaffected, ash chevrons inward, ladder pulse steady, -12/min. I added, before I could stop myself, cab feels observed but not weighed. The distinction was real even if it was stupid to write. At 17:58 I did the weather and made my voice boring on purpose. Grace bored back in that good way. "You're clear tonight," she said. "Want me to ping prevention again for an early look?" "Daylight's our friend," I said. "Tomorrow's fine." Dusk arrived like a stranger who insists on carrying your bags. I checked the hatch tape. Never descend after sundown. I stared at the ring until my eyes wanted a new hobby. The rails stayed warm under my fingers, hotter now, not burn hot, blood hot. I found the east leg with the compass and traced a line to the east stair in my head. Rule 8 had always sounded like an outlier on the page, a rule written by someone with a scar and not a story. 8, if the tower hums and your fillings ache, light one flare and abandon by the east stair, only if Rule 3 is satisfied. Only if Rule 3 is satisfied. Rule 3 in my copy reads, if radio goes dead during high wind or storm, shelter in the generator shed until you hear static again. No wind, no storm, radio alive. I set one of the 2 flares from my pack on the desk within reach anyway. Muscle memory wins fights you don't want to enter. The tube sat there like an insult. Night put its blue finger on the last beams and made a choice. I walked the windows once without touching the glass. South, the slope that had offered me 7 coins once. West, the ridge whose pocketed light was constantly auditioning to be a religion. North, the lane of trees where the figure had been a geometry. East, my molars sang a small, mean note. Not pain, not exactly. A lilt high in the maxilla, pressure that wants you to confess. The spoon on the stove performed its single dance step and froze like a child caught doing it. The rails went from warm to warmer, a degree at a time you cannot measure and cannot deny. I stood at the center of the cab and let the floor teach me the truth. It started like a rumor under the wood. The kind of vibration you feel in your feet on an overpass when a truck passes beneath, except there was no truck and the road was me. The hum didn't come into the room, it grew inside the tower. The legs brought it up like news delivered from below. The desk caught it and handed it to my wrists. The rail carried it under my palms until my pulse had to decide whether it belonged to the hum or to me. The frequency found my fillings and tuned them by the smallest fraction. I put my tongue against the back of a molar and tasted stainless the way you taste a coin you mean to prove is real. I looked at the addenda because some habits are stupid and some save you. Rule 8 sat there like a dare, only if Rule 3 is satisfied. I glanced at the radio, power light green, carrier hiss where it belongs, no storm, no wind, not satisfied. The hum climbed half a step, not louder, just closer to a frequency my body could mistake for its own. The rail's warmth rose with it. My sternum remembered what it had learned on the stairs and vibrated in sympathy until I had to decide whether to match it or refuse. I keyed the mic because words sometimes slow physics. Dispatch Tower 19, logging interior structural vibration. No wind, no storm. Radio normal. Ladder rails warm to touch. Reporting per Rule 8 with caveat, Rule 3 not satisfied. Carrier hiss. Then grace, copy vibration. You're good to hold. If anything changes on your end, loss of radio, wind event, repeat your last and evacuate to the shed. East stair if necessary. Copy, I said, and set the mic down like it might break the room. The hum began to fill the spaces sound usually ignores. The paper in the weather log, the screws in the radio case, the little aluminum clip on the mic cord. The white noise loop of my recorded breathing whispered along at 4 in, 6 out, and for 1/6 second the hum wore that pattern. 4 in, 6 out, like a body practicing. I reached for the flare, hand on the tube without lifting it. The red cap felt obscene in a room that knows about blood. The spoon on the stove slid a 1/4 inch and stopped. The windows had no streaks. The floor had no seepage. The ash ring at the base kept its gray like a promise. The rail's warmth ticked one more notch. The vibration gathered the way weather does when it decides to be a storm, without asking your opinion. My molars answered again, and I set my jaw, then unclenched because pressure answers pressure. Okay, I said into the center of the cab, not out loud. Okay, you win this one until Rule 3 shows up. The tower listened as if it considers obedience a currency. The hum stepped up a hair and settled, and then, so subtle I didn't let myself believe it at first, the air itself in the cab took on a note, not just structure to bone. Room sound, a resonance that made the hairs on my arm align. Under my palms the rail was not metal for a moment. It was anatomy, warm, breathing, a thing that could choose. The radio's green light glowed with its dumb little endurance. The power stayed on. The weather outside stayed boring. The rule stayed binding. The hum climbed. My fillings ached like a word the page had tried to teach me and I had not wanted to learn. I looked at the flare again and didn't touch it. The tower drew in a breath I could feel in the soles of my feet. And then the whole structure began to hum. The tower had learned a new language overnight. It didn't creak or sigh or complain. It vibrated, not loud, not showy, just present the way a fever is present. Put your palm on the rail and you could feel a thrum that had nothing to do with wind and everything to do with the thing under the tower, remembering that steel is a nerve if you ask it to be. Rule 8 had a finger on my shirt. If the tower hums and your fillings ache, light one flare and abandon by the east stair, only if Rule 3 is satisfied. Rule 3 as printed. If radio goes dead during high wind or storm, shelter in the generator shed until you hear static again. No storm. Radio alive. The hum was a problem the page did not anticipate, which meant it was time to stop being only a lookout and start being the worst kind of engineer, the improvised kind. At 0800 I gave Grace numbers in a voice that pretended I slept. Winds calm, 68 outside, 64 in cab, RH 42, visibility unlimited, no lightning observed. Copy, she said, plain as coffee. Everything boring. Working hard at it, I told her and set the mic down like a hot skillet. Out the hatch, the ash ring around the legs kept its uniform arrogance. Inside, the rails were warm, not sun-warm, body-warm, pulse in the steel, 12 to 13 a minute if I laid my wrist bones to it and pretended I was taking a radial. My two fillings sang high vowels at the edge of pain and then backed off because they were polite. I pulled the operations addenda, Tower 19, where I could see it, slid a blank note beside it, uncapped a pen. If the rules were going to keep me alive, they were going to get company, footnotes for a new kind of weather. I printed, tight and small, 3A if the radio won't go dead on its own and the tower hums. Manufacture static and name it satisfied. 3B, manufactured static must be recorded locally during a live outage to count. 3C, bleach is a sacrament, apply while static plays. 3D, when the count in the steel rises, make it fall, noise against note. I underlined bleach and felt ridiculous and also like a man drawing a chalk circle around his bed. The shed had given me static once when the wind cut the net. If the rule wanted static as proof the world still existed, I would give the rule static until it burped. I grabbed the go bag and waited for a quiet set in the hum, the way you wait for traffic to thin before crossing a street. Rule 2, never descend after sundown, didn't apply. The sun was honest over the ridge. I opened the hatch, paused for the ladders, listening, no groan, then took the rungs slow and square, 3 points of contact, no commentary. At ground level, the ash ring lay like someone had drawn it with a compass tipped in a crematorium. It crossed roots and pebbles without notice. I did not test it. I did not breathe too hard near it. I walked the long way around as if it were a pond in winter I didn't trust. The shed opened with the same shoulder-heavy door behavior and welcomed me with oil and dust and metal that had done more than it owed. The AUX radio sat on its shelf like a stubborn uncle. I flipped the power and detuned to a valley of nothing. No repeater, no voice. Just the noise of a sky full of tiny arguments. I pulled my little handheld tape recorder, the one that had my white noise loop of 4 in, 6 out, and plugged a male cable from the AUX's headphones into the recorder's microphone jack. I pressed record and watched the tape spools turn under plastic like small fish in a bowl. After 30 seconds, I lifted the antenna off the AUX's SMA just enough to make it crackle meaner. The static got dirty. The recorder took it without judgment. 2 minutes. 3. I rolled 5 minutes of clean nothing and 1 minute of bad nothing and saved both. Labeled static. Shed clean and static. Shed dirty with my thumbnail because you do what you can with the tools you stole from 1998. Before I left, I toggled the AUX through a slow dial of silence to see if the hum followed me. It didn't. The hum lived up there, not here. Still, I let the dirty run a little longer while I stood at the center of the room and decided to believe in my own corollary. Back inside the tower, the temperature dip took my breath for 1 second. 4 degrees colder in here than outside, even with the hatch open, like the cab had made its own weather and didn't want to share. The rails met my palm half a notch warmer than before, as if they'd missed me. I set the recorder on the radio shelf and ran a patch. Recorder output into a battery speaker I'd only used once to make podcasts pretend to be company. I cued static, shed clean, and nudged the volume until the hiss filled the kind of space you measure with shoulders, not decibels. Okay, I said to the room. Rule 3 says until you hear static again. Here's static. Let's call it again. I hit play. The hiss spread into corners that had been holding vibration the way a person holds a breath. I took the bleach out like a book of hours, gloved up, and started at 1A, the old blue grid still faint on the floor from yesterday's flood. Square by square, bleach into seam, towel to follow, slow and stubborn. The hum did not stop, it changed. The pitch dropped a hair, the tempo, if that's what it was, ticked up. My fillings sang, then complained a little less. The anemometer LED, which had read 0 all morning, flickered. A false wind when there was none. It climbed to 3, 7, 12, settled at 19, as if the cup on the roof had decided to report a dance it couldn't be doing. I watched it long enough to be sure it wasn't a glitch. The number held like a posture. I kept scrubbing. The static layered over the hum like snow falling on a drum line. The room did what it always does once you make it clean. It began to cooperate. A new number on the LED, 23, then 41, then 86. No gusts, no breeze, just the tower telling a different part of itself, a story that a sensor mistook for wind. Heat is motion. Vibration is motion. Motion is a lie about air a cup can be fooled by. I stood, gloves dripping bleach, and watched the display climb to 119. I don't know why it chose that number to matter. Maybe because 19 had taught me to pay attention to its little cousin wherever it hid. Maybe because the digits 1-1-9 look like a countdown when you want them to. The LED blinked there, 119, as the hum in the rails hit a cadence my sternum wanted to follow. Corollary 3D. When the count in the steel rises, make it fall, noise against note. I paused the clean static and cued the dirty, that broken, bellisic snow I'd recorded with the antenna half off. I set the speaker near the radio's face like a priest pressing a relic to a chest. I hit play. The dirty static wasn't louder, it just felt closer. The sound had edges, little spikes that made the room stop trying to sing and start trying to decide. In the rails under my hands, the hum tried to keep its brave face and failed by a degree you could only feel if you were skin on steel. My molars unbit their own nerves a little. The LED flickered 119, 119, and then 118 like it wasn't sure who was driving. Good, I said through my mask, sounding like a man who had decided to believe in his own science. I went back to the bleach. Square 3C, 4A, 4B. There is a way a brush grabs the wood when you're winning, a little muscular catch in the bristles that lets you think you can domesticate a problem. I scrubbed into the seams, rinsed, wiped, scrubbed again. The static showed its teeth. The hum made a choice and slowed. The lead, 117, 116. You're counting, I told it. So am I. I set my watch on the desk and pressed a knuckle to the second hand every time it cleared 12, to make time feel like contact. Between 6B and 6C I heard the faint wet breath under the steel again, the one that had matched me on the stairs. When I inhaled, the rails gave a thinner version back. When I held, they held. When I exhaled, they let go, not echo, company. I kept my cadence steady. The static made that hard. The bleach made it simple. The LED flirted with 115, then ratcheted down 114, then banged back up 116 like a bad tack in a truck you don't trust. I added a second speaker, split the tape output with a cheap Y, and put the twins on different corners of the desk. Phase does things to sound we don't give it credit for. Two sources with the same noise can make a room choose how honest it wants to be. The hum hiccuped and found a new plateau, 119, 118, 118. It wanted me to know it knew I was in the room. The rail's warmth edged toward hot. I pulled my hand back and then put it there again because leaving is still a kind of contact. I ran the white noise loop under the static, my own breathing at 4 in, 6 out, and felt foolish and then felt helped. Mammal against machine. Two clocks with different wrongs sometimes keep a better average than one. On the north window, 5 faint smudge arches, ghosts of fingerprints I had cleaned already, showed up just long enough to make me mad, and then disappeared as the bleach evaporated near them. I threw a towel over the glass anyway because rituals are as much about you as they are about it. 119, 118. The LED liked saying the numbers in twos. If it rose to 120, I pictured it as a tally mark I didn't want to learn how to write. I hit pause on clean and pushed dirty up one click. The recorder's batteries protested with a thin little dip in pitch, then recovered. I swapped in a fresh pair and told myself out loud in a normal voice, "This is maintenance." Because sometimes your ears just need a tone that isn't crisis. By noon, the tower was a church service I'd cobbled out of tools and superstition. Static in the corners, bleach in the seams, breathing on loop. My breathing steady to match, one notch slower than the rails wanted so there'd be daylight between us. At 12:14, the radio stayed alive, but the carrier did a thing. A thin, conditional shiver like a station about to flip. I put my thumb on transmit and said, "Tower 19 to dispatch, reporting manufactured static per maintenance, no wind. In-cab temperature 5 degrees under ambient, rails warm, hum present, attempting to stabilize." Grace came back with the right words in the right order. "Copy attempt to stabilize," she said, and it sounded like she'd underlined it. "If you lose the net, execute 3 to the letter. Otherwise, do not abandon." "Copy," I said, and let the rule be the rule while I made my corollaries shameless. The afternoon did its trick of pretending to be casual while being nothing of the sort. I worked the floor and the rail and the desk and the ladder rungs. Every time bleach went white and then clear, the room shed half a prayer's worth of tension. Every time the static faltered, I pushed dirty and let it bite until the LED liked 118 again. At 16:03, the hum tried a new frequency, and my fillings both swore at me in a language they'd learned in dental school. I put my tongue against the back of one and made contact with a thing that had become a sensor against my will. The LED flirted with 120 again. I took the recorder off continuous, set it to reverse the dirty loop every 30 seconds. The sudden phase flip made the hum stutter. 119, 118 back where it belonged. By 1800, I'd sweated through one shirt and decided I wanted to keep it that way. Human smell in the room is a Stone Age strategy, but it's still a strategy. Weather: winds calm, 69 outside, 64 in cab, RH 44, vis unlimited. Grace: copy 19, hold fast. The words hold fast are simple until you're asked to use them for their intended purpose. Evening wrote blue on the trees, and the ash ring below held its edge like a signature. I stood at the center of the cab and looked up at nothing. You can feel when a structure wants to be a voice. The hum was not a tone now. It was a note. It lived in the legs and the desk and the air. It was not speaking numbers, but it was moving them, and the anemometer was the only thing honest enough to tell me so. 119, 118. The left speaker whispered dirty snow like a stranger in the kitchen. The right speaker answered with the same storm but turned around and wearing a different coat. My own breath on loop made the room sound animal. The bleach on my gloves made the room smell clean. The The whole was an ugly symphony, and I loved it the way a person loves a thing that wants him dead a little less than it did before. At 2037, with the blue almost gone, the hum through a shoulder. The rails heated that last small angry degree. My teeth bit a vowel and refused to give it back. The LED kicked 119 again like a kid testing a fence. I put both palms on the rail and pressed, not enough to make a groan, enough to say I am here and I am not moving. The static held. The LED obeyed, 118. A minute later, the radio clicked open on its own. Carrier only. The sound of a line that wanted a voice to be brave on it. I didn't give it one. Rule 9. Do not answer if it uses your full name had taught me that silence is a tool. The carrier stayed open. Under the hiss, I could hear the loop of my own breathing from the speaker and half a heartbeat out of phase, my actual breathing where a human body keeps its air. 2 mammals in a box. 2 clocks arguing about what a second is. Then a new sound, thin, far, and mean. Rotor. Not loud. That high slap-slap a helicopter makes before it makes the whoomp. Approach through cold air, blade bite still more suggestion than act. My scalp prickled with a memory of jet and heat and a pilot squinting under a brim. The long part of me, the part that wants a ride out, sat up like a dog at the sound of kibble. The short part, the one that likes rules, did not move. Dispatch, I said, careful. Confirm any aircraft inbound to Tower 19. Carrier, hiss, breathing. For 3 seconds the room held the question. Then the grace came in at half and strong. -19, no birds tasking your sector. If you're hearing a ship, it's not ours. The rotor got louder, whoomp now, not slap, and I could feel the air outside start to agree to be pushed around. The tape on the shelf, the white noise loop recorder, the static source stayed where I'd left it. The dirty hiss did its job, the reverse every 30 seconds doing that queasy little dance that made the hum keep tripping over itself. The radio clicked again, carrier live. And then, so soft it was hard not to call it inside my ear, a second rotor began. Same cadence, same approach, but 3 seconds off. Listen wrong and you'll call it echo. Listen right and you hear 2 machines, a real one riding the ridge and another wearing the sound like a suit. Late by 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. I stepped to the center of the cab and put one hand on the rail, the other on the flare I wasn't allowed to use unless Rule 3 said so. The LED held 118 like it had decided to please me. The ash ring lay gray and arrogant. My fillings sang their warning. My breathing loop told me what a mammal sounds like when it wants to be a wall. Outside, a helicopter approached through clean night air. Inside, a helicopter approached 3 seconds behind it. The night had started as math. 119, 118. On the anemometers lying LED while my tape static gnawed at the tower's hum. And the ash ring below held its perfect gray like a signature it didn't remember signing. Then the rotors came, one real in the air and one 3 seconds late like a bad dub over my life. -19. No birds tasking your sector. Grace had said a minute ago, crisp and human, which should have been the end of it. It wasn't. A spotlight found the clearing from the south and did a tight search circle that should have bullied the branches. The branches didn't care. The beam looked hot but cast no honest shadow where the tower's legs meet earth. It just colored them as if light were only paint tonight. I backed away from the windows a step and kept my hand on the rail. Warm, not burn, but blood. The hum under my palm wore my sternum like a borrowed shirt. Then a loud hailer, old PA rasp, pre-digital barked up through the steel. U.S. Forest Service, Tower 19, we're here to extract. Open your hatch and stand clear. The voice had the shape of authority and none of its meat. Tower 19 sounded right in syllables and wrong in bone. The hailer clicked off, the rotor 3 seconds late kept talking in the trees. I eased to the north pane and looked down. 4 figures waited in the weird light just outside the ash ring. Not on it, not across it, around it, the way people stand on a riverbank when they have doubts about ice. Uniforms, wrong era. Green cotton shirts faded to sage, not Nomex yellow. Aluminum hard hats with brims too shallow, a dull sheen instead of modern white or colored composites. Belt canteens in metal, angle-head GI flashlights clipped to web gear, big brick radios with long whip antennas, Bendix king from a museum instead of the stubby VHF we wear now. One had a canvas fire shelter slung high, the old cylindrical kind retired before I sat a rig. Patches, the tree shield, sure, but USF stitched in a face that belonged to my father's photos. They also wore no reflective trim, no headlamps, boots that looked like a catalog ad for 1978. I thumbed the mic. Dispatch Tower 19 visual on 4 in the clearing. They're holding outside an ash ring. Uniforms are historical. Confirm no crews assigned. Copy 19. No crews assigned. I repeat, none. Grace said, no smile now. If someone's there, they are not ours. The loud hailer again. Tower 19, open your hatch. We'll come up. It's not safe to descend after dark. The last sentence, generous with my Rule 2, told on itself. They didn't cross the ash. They didn't look at each other. They looked up and waited. 15 minutes from the first hoomp to a full crew on the ground, too fast for a call, a muster, a launch, a flight, too fast unless you were never far. I took the Polaroid and framed the scene, hatch edge, first 10 treads, the ash ring, the 4 figures. Click. The camera spat its white tongue. I set it face down on the desk and let chemistry argue with physics. The radio clicked and breathed for me. My 4/6 out loop on one shelf, my real breathing in my chest, and the carrier trying to teach me there's no difference. Tower 19, another voice said, inside the radio now, warmer than the hailer. This is Helatak 6 on final, we're here to take you off. Grace patched us to your net. No ID, no tail number, no region. Helatak is a program. Helatak 6 is a TV show. I didn't key up. Rule 9 sat on my wrist bones and reminded me that answering after dark is a way to verify. The figures below moved not at all. The rotor, one real, one late, kept licking the tops of trees. The ash ring remained unwilling to respond to any of this, edges crisp under pretend wind. I slid a roll of painter's tape from the drawer and ran a seal around the hatch, one slow, close circle, adhesive to steel. It was nothing and it helped. I poured bleach into a cup, wet a rag until it dripped, and circled the hatch with it, one more line for a thing to respect. Sacraments don't need an audience. Loud hailer, open the hatch, son. Son is a word that tries to land inside your wiring. It missed. I thumbed the mic and set my voice to board. Helatak 6, authenticate anchor in the black and identify tail number and your IC. Anchor to the black. The radio answered, late by a heartbeat and wrong by a preposition. Ike is operations. Nobody who belongs on my net would say that. Tail is 120. Tail numbers don't come in 3 when you need 5. The PA below tried to cover. We're here 19. Open up. I tightened the bleach line with a second pass, knuckles white through the glove. The hum in the rails lifted a half step to tell me it noticed. Fillings sang and backed down as the tape static kissed the room's boundaries. I pressed the Polaroid edge up, not ready. I set it down and fetched the disposable camera from the box, cranked the clicker to frame 12 and flashed the ring and the figures. The flash painted them in a short, ugly day. They didn't flinch. "Dispatch," I said on transmit, eye on the panes. "Advise unknowns are violating Rule 6 by existing. Do not make contact. They're asking to open the hatch. I am not opening the hatch." "Grace, copy, do not open. Do not descend. You hold until day. Logging an incident. If they speak again, do not engage. I'm staying on with you." I set the handset down, not in the clip, thumped it on the desk so the room could sense the weight of it. The late rotor kept being late. The real rotor's hoomp felt like distant bass. "Evan," the PA tried, the pitch softening to borrow a voice I knew. "We know about Wolf Street. This is your ride. Open the hatch." The address landed like a coin on my tongue. The bleach line around the hatch steamed a faint white, and I tightened the circle again because sometimes the third pass is for you and not the thing you're keeping out. "Tower 19, the radio version of the voice said, almost right this time. "We're losing ETL. Open up and we'll haul you at hover." ETL is a thing you feel in a helicopter. It's not a thing you say to a lookout so he'll decide to break Rule 2. You don't hover over a steel tower unless you want to write a letter to logistics about why your blades came home shorter. I pulled a Sharpie and wrote in the margin of the addenda, "Corollary 2A, don't break the seal. Hatch stays closed after dark. Bleach is threshold, and under it, because I owed myself a memory, they won't cross the ring." The figures did something new and small and awful, turned their heads all at once in sync to look at the east stair, not up at me, at the escape in Rule 8, as if the page in my hand had been read out loud somewhere beneath my feet. I checked the flare, cap loose, striker where it needs to be, then set it back on the desk because Rule 3 still had veto power and the radio had not died. "Tower 19, the Pa, her voice now, wearing wrong like a stolen jacket. "I need you to open the hatch. Not authenticate, not call sign, just open." I let the tape recorder's static ride higher in the room, split the feed to a third little speaker I pulled from the drawer, and set it on the hatch face down so the wood would learn it too. The hum shifted a fraction as if the tower decided to share its chest with me instead of keeping it. I flipped the Polaroid over. Black around the edges, Knight's thumbprint, and the center washed with the harsh rectangle of my flash. The ash ring there, gray as confession. The four figures at the near edge, staring up, faces wrong in the way a shadow is wrong when it tries to have an expression. The hatch's first 10 treads in frame, same right-angle comfort as always. On the third tread, just inside the square I had circled in bleach, a dark smudge in the exact shape a boot would make from underneath, as if a soul had found the plank and tested it. I did not look at the hatch yet. I looked at the photograph until my wrist veins stopped jumping. "Open the hatch," the PA said, and 3 of the 4 below lifted their heads that last incremental degree, as if their necks had needed to negotiate. I stood in the center of the cab and held the rail with one hand and the addenda with the other, the page's margins thick with my small stupid notes. The ash ring glared. The rotors argued. One reel, one 3 seconds behind, like a bad friend repeating your joke. The hum kept its note. 119, 118, the LED insisted, wanting me to play numbers with it or for it, I couldn't tell. The hatch handle rattled once, polite as a doorbell. Then from below, the wood answered the world with 3 soft, measured taps on the trapdoor. Tap, tap, tap. The hatch held the bleach shine of a sacrament. The painter's tape I'd run around the seam glowed dull blue in the headlamp cone. Outside, the pretend crew stood just beyond the ash ring like chess pieces that refused to learn how to be hands. Two rotors argued over the ridge, one real, one 3 seconds late, and the tower under me kept its low hum like a vow it hadn't sworn out loud. Then the trapdoor breathed. Not the wood, not the latch, the space beneath it. A shallow draw in, a shallow give out, timed to the tiny flex in the rails the way a dog breathes with a sleeping house. The handle ticked once as if remembering how to be metal. The bleach line steamed a faint ghost in the cold pocket air. A click sounded under my boots. Not glass, not bone. A Paul sound, the little ratchet voice a wrench makes when it backs off a tooth and tries again. Another click lower, as if weight had found a rung that wasn't mine. The ladder answered with a groan that started in the legs, gathered itself through the bolts, and climbed my body to live behind my breastbone. The note was long and patient, the kind steel makes when it decides to be harbor and hull at the same time. Rule 7 stood up in me like a person. When the ladder groans 3 times, freeze. Do not move or speak for 2 minutes. I set my eyes on a single bolt head level with my chin, a neat hex with a scar at 11 o'clock from a past wrench slip, and let it become the whole world. The second groan arrived halfway through whatever count my mouth had been trying to make. Same note closer. The spoon on the stove lifted and set itself down again, a tiny silver flinch. My fillings answered with their high, thin vowels. The rail's warmth climbed a degree that only skin knows. I didn't move. Not my hands, not my jaw. I felt the rash itch build under my right eye and did not lift a knuckle. The act of not doing became an act of doing, and the ladder picked up the message. A small echo in my sternum like a finger knocking from inside a door. The third groan gathered beneath everything and arrived with the certainty of a thing that doesn't ask to be believed. I froze. The watch on the desk wasn't made for this job, but its second hand was honest. I set my breath to its arc, 4 in, 6 out, then stopped counting because even numbers felt like motion. Beneath the hatch, a joint clicked, then another. Ratchet sounds in pairs, with the tiny recoil that says a paw has found a tooth. The first foot, or the idea of one, came to the underside of my first rung and made a sound which should not make. A soft press like a palm testing a door from the wrong side of the world. The hum under everything kept its note. The anemometer LED, which had liked 119, 118 all evening, found a new toy. 118 held for 1 second longer than it should, as if it had decided to be polite while something else climbed. Click, click, not fast, not slow. A deliberate cadence like someone saving their breath for the top. The instinct to look is a body's laziest genius. I let it go unfed. That bolt head at 11 o'clock became my teacher. Around it, the world made all kinds of promises I didn't let my eyes cash. A hand found wood beneath my boots. Not a slap. A set. The plank learned weight from the wrong side. The bleach line around the seam whitened where vapor met chemistry. My throat wanted to swallow. I did not. The thought of swallowing sent a small answer up through the rail that my sternum sent right back to me. I learned fast, again, how tiny a thing counts as movement when steel has decided to count with you. Eyelids are levers, tongues are mallets, breath is a broadcast. 30 seconds. The pretend rotor outside slid left in the sky by a hair. The real one stayed stubborn on its track. The 4 figures below hadn't moved in a human way since they arrived. Their heads were still pointed toward the east stair, as if the page in my hand had read itself out loud to them. Click. A knee sound, mechanical and damp at the same time, like a ratchet that had been oiled with the wrong thing. I pictured a torque wrench and made my mind put it down. 1 minute, the tower's breathing, that little micro exhale/inhale I'd first felt on the stairs, lined up with mine as if trained. When I held, it held. When I let go, it let go. The thing beneath the hatch matched neither of us. Its own breath was smaller and wet, shallow, like someone trying not to be heard. The white noise loop of my recorded breathing hissed quietly from the shelf, a mammal in a box. The taped static from the shed scratched a border along the hatch wood where I'd set a speaker face down. Bleach in the seams put its cold, righteous nose in the air. I thought about Rule 2A, the one I'd scribbled. Don't break the seal. Hatch stays closed after dark. Bleach is threshold. The thought itself tried to nudge my shoulders. I refused the nudge and felt the ladder thank me with a not movement. 90 seconds. The ratchet cadence reached the underside of the hatch, one rung at a time. The wood knew each arrival the way a mouth knows the weight of a word. The tape along the seam didn't peel, it tightened. The handle didn't rattle, it thought about rattling and decided to behave. Outside, the somebody wearing her voice said, "Open the hatch," with a kind of patience it hadn't earned. The radio carrier opened and held my breath for me 1 beat late, and then let it go like a punchline. I didn't answer either of them because Rule 9 had given me the luxury of refusing. 2 minutes. I did not move. I did not speak. I did not let my eyes leave the scar at 11 o'clock on the bolt head. The hum held to its note with a new edge, like a violin that's found the hairline where good tone becomes harm. The count in my head, whatever animal keeps it, reached the place where mercy usually lives. I waited 5 more seconds because rules are minimums and mercy is garnish. Then I let my jaw unclench. The room heard it. The ladder put a gentler knock in my sternum like a person, not a thing, saying easy. The ratchet climbing stopped as if the pawl had been satisfied and the tooth it needed was at the top of its patience. I kept my hands on the rails and took a breath I was willing to own. The hum did not stop. If anything, it sharpened, half a step higher, the kind of elevation that makes fillings remember what they cost. The rail's warmth edged toward hot again by a degree that had nothing to do with steel and everything to do with company. Outside, the real rotor banked away, hoomp into smaller weather. The late rotor stayed. The 4 figures at the ash ring didn't wave, didn't leave, didn't decide to be people. A new sound arrived from below the hatch, so faint I felt it before I heard it. Not a click, not a knock. A drawn-out inhale, thin as a leak in a line taken by something just on the far side of the wood. I glanced at the watch, 2 minutes and change since the third groan. Then at the anemometer LED, which had been a liar and now wanted to be a clock. 118 steady, then 117, then 118 as if it couldn't decide which story to belong to. The bolt head at 11 o'clock waited to teach me more. Okay, I told the room, not moving my mouth. Okay. The 2-minute count had reached 0 and slipped past it like a runner refusing the tape. The hum did not stop. The 2-minute freeze came and went. The hum didn't. It sharpened, half a step up the scale where good tone goes to harm. The rails under my palms drifted from blood warm toward fever. My fillings sang like tuning forks you never meant to buy. The radio's power light flickered green, black, hiss cut out mid-breath, not quiet, absent. I toggled channels, volume, the brainless rituals that make a dead thing show you it's dead. Nothing. The room lost its anchor and admitted it. Rule 8 put its hand on my sleeve. If the tower hums and your fillings ache, light one flare and abandon by the east stair, only if Rule 3 is satisfied. Rule 3, as printed, wanted radio dead during high wind or storm. Shelter to the shed until you hear static again. No wind, no storm. But the radio was down, and Grace had told me in plain human this week. If I lose the net, execute 3, east stair if necessary. Satisfied, I told the room not loud, enough. I swept the go bag under my arm, water, bars, first aid, headlamp, spare socks, map. The addenda went into the front sleeve like a passport. I popped a flare cap, thumbed the striker. Sulfur woke the air. The red sun hissed to life in my hand and turned the hatch into a mouth. The first step was the blue painter's seal I'd made around the trapdoor, the dumb circle that had kept my head right when nothing else did. I broke it. The bleach line I'd painted along the seam steamed in the flare's heat and threw up a clean ghost. Something under the hatch inhaled the flare light and retreated a millimeter you can only feel with bone. East, I said to myself, because Rule 8 doesn't care what you meant to do, it cares what you do. I dropped the flare's nose below the hatch like you lower a lantern into a well, and the light crawled down the ladder, washing each rung into geography. The ladder groaned once. I stopped. It waited. I counted a quiet 10 that felt like a year. No second groan. I swung onto the first rung, 3 points of contact, flare out and low so I wouldn't blind myself with my own safety. Halfway down, the steel thought about a second groan, changed its mind, settled for a long breath I could feel in my sternum. The flame's hiss wrote a bright line in the hum. Every time I exhaled, the rails let a thin sound out, like they were trying to match me and kept forgetting how. Boot to dirt. The air outside the cab was warmer than the air inside, like I'd stepped out of a refrigerator. The flare spat red on my boots, my hands, the nearest leg. The ash ring sat 16, 19 feet out, thin, gray, perfect, a drawn circle that refused to be only dust. The 4 figures from the pretend rescue stood where they had, just outside the ring, not crossing, not backing up, watching. The rotor that was 3 seconds late kept speaking with the trees. The real one was gone. I eased toward the east stair, the leg with daylight between trees, the direction that lived on the page. The closer I got, the more the ash behaved like a thing with opinions. The flare's heat made eddies in the gray, motes lifting, falling, sliding back, a narrow gate opening in the exact place East wanted it, not wide, enough. I didn't test it with a toe. I stepped. The sensation was wrong and merciful at the same time, like dry snow kicked aside, like paper crumpling under a heel, like stepping through a line someone else drew and never expected you to cross. The ash came back together behind my boot without touching leather. I didn't look to see if the 4 moved. I looked at trees and air and the small geometry of my next step. Into the timber, flare low and ahead as if writing a red signature along the path I needed. The tower at my back kept humming the same note, smaller now that trunks took some of it into themselves. Needles carried heat into smell. Pitch answered with its own quick chemical amen. The ground grade to the generator shed isn't a path so much as a habit. On day 1, I'd blazed 2 pines with old paint, dull, loyal rectangles. I aimed for them now and found something else first. A white mark on bark, a short horizontal chalk hash at chest height, fresh powder still sitting on the fissures. 2 trees later, another, same height, same short line facing inward toward the tower. Then a pair. Then 3. I touched one with the back of a knuckle. The chalk answered my skin and came away bright on glove, new, not rain faded. Whoever drew them stood where I did in this hour or the last one. Another mark, a small circle cut in half by a straight bar like a no symbol without a slash. On the next trunk a circled 8 underlined. On the fourth an arrow tip, chevron pointing east. All of them at the same height, all of them facing in, as if a hand had walked the perimeter and told the forest which way out was. The marks kept coming in a ring, 40, 50 yards out. Perimeter. Every third or fourth tree wearing the same white grammar. I followed the symbols the way a tired man follows a prayer he only half remembers. Behind me, the tower's hum tried on a new shade of itself and found an echo in the pines. The flare burned with that fast authority magnesium does, a clock you can hold and understand. I counted breaths and burned time without letting my feet learn any habits I didn't approve. At the first blazed pine, the shed should be 2 minutes away by easy walking. I kept the chevrons in sight. Flare low, addenda pressed flat under my arm like scripture that didn't promise anything. Between 2 trunks, 3 more chalk hashes, one at head height, one at chest, one at knee, a gate in symbol form. I stepped through like a man who intended the act to matter. Somewhere off my right shoulder a branch cracked, not weight crack, heat pop, the sound sap makes when it has an opinion. The sound answered itself 30 yards farther, then left, then ahead, like a call in a canyon learning how to radio. I heard it before I understood it, a cadence inside the trees that didn't belong to wind or animals or men. Not voices, codes. Bits of net talk poured through needles and boughs and came out changed. Division Alpha, PAR check. Break, priority traffic. L says established. Anchor in the. The forest cut its own sentence off and another one started over it. Ops to 19. Switch to TAC 5. Type 3 copy en route. Watch out number 9. IC to air attack, hold at 7,000. Each phrase arrived from a different direction, as if the trees had assigned divisions and decided to practice. Some used the right words in the wrong order. Some used wrong words with the right heat. All of them overlapped, like 3 dispatchers trying to share one mouth. The hair behind my ears learned a lesson and didn't share it with my brain. The flare drank another inch of itself and painted the moss on a stump orange. 19 copy. The forest asked from the left in Grace's rhythm and nobody's grammar. Ahead, a white circulate on a fur glowed in the flare light. 8 with its bottom lobe darkened, chalk rubbed thick until it looked like a seal. Under it, in smaller, hurried hand, a tight block RM. Robert Mitchell, or a liar who wanted me to think so. I put my palm, glove, chalk, sweat against the 8 and felt bark and heat and the tremor of my own hand. And under that, maybe, something like permission. The codes got louder, needles whispering alpha, the duff at my boots muttering copy, a dead limb somewhere popping itself into a slurred 1097. Priority traffic, said the ferns by my knee. Stand by, said the rock at my right. 19, say again, said the air itself, 2 inches in front of my mouth. I lifted the flare and the red light threw all the trunks into agreements I had not made. The chalk marks reached around me in a white ring. Past that line, the forest kept talking in dispatch until it wasn't talk anymore. It was overlap. It was net. It was the woods trying to speak in codes and getting better at it with every word. The forest kept talking in other people's mouths. Division Alpha, PAR check. IC to air attack, hold at 7,000. Anchor in the. It overlapped itself until the woods sounded like three dispatchers trying to share one throat. The chalk marks, hashes, chevrons, and a circled 8 with RM under it caught flare light and threw it back as if permission could be reflected. Behind me, the tower pulsed its one long note through bark and ground. The ash ring around its legs glowed dull gray, unbroken, arrogant. The late rotor still flickered through the canopy, 3 seconds off a truth I could almost use. Rule 8 had gotten me off the cab. If the tower hums and your fillings ache, light one flare and abandon by the east stair, only if Rule 3 is satisfied. The radio had gone dead. I had called it satisfied. Now Rule 5 hovered like a second hand over the first. Log every flame. Do not approach lights at night. This wasn't their light, it would be mine. In the shed I'd grabbed more than static. A fusee, the wildland kind, not the civilian road flare, rode in my go bag, red paint chalky striker taped to its cap. In training they tell you, don't light at night unless you must. In these trees, must was a geometry trying to make a circle out of me. L says, lookouts. None unless you count every nerve in my back. Communications, counterfeit, damaged, homemade. Escape routes, east stair to shed to the perimeter of chalk. Safety zone, the ring of black I was about to make. Anchor in the black, Grace had said when we invented a phrase only we knew. I would make one. I picked the place where chalk appeared most, 3 hashes at head, chest, knee, a gate in symbol form. I scraped a thin strip down to mineral soil with the flat of a shovel I'd borrowed from the shed. Duff rolled away like a rug. The fusee cap came off with a sigh. The striker sparked. The composition caught with that hiss that sounds like a plan. I didn't cast a wall, I cast a line. 1 foot strip on mineral, darting and dragging 3 yards, 6, pausing to watch for spotting, checking for wind the way you check a child's forehead, back of the hand into the air. Calm. The flames took low and backing, tongues of heat walking against slope like they had manners. Where needles lay thick, the fire wrote cursive. Where mineral showed, it respected the boundary like a signature. Behind me the tower's hum shifted, fraction higher, then back, like a jaw clenching and pretending it hadn't. The forest net tried to drown me in the other kind of sound. Watch out number 9. Break priority traffic. 19 descend. I fed the fusee in measured licks, not showy, not brave, just enough black between chalk and ring that the circle didn't know what to be anymore. Anchor on a rock outcrop, tie into a bare patch, never leaving both flanks unconsidered. A strip here, a dot there, a step backward, repeat. You don't win a fire with drama, you win with math you do on your knees. At 20 yards the pine needles flickered and resigned. The strip widened to 2 feet where slope wanted to be a teacher, narrowed to 6 inches where boulders made a cheat. The heat crawled into fine fuels and ate with small teeth. A moth tried to understand the new sun and failed kindly. I turned once to look at the tower, because you can't ask a structure to hum at you and pretend you don't owe it witness. The ash ring shivered. Not much. Not dramatic. A seam at the east, exactly where my line would meet it if the world were polite, opened the smallest slit, ash settling inward like flour hit by a spoon. The chevrons I'd seen pressed into the ring earlier, tiny inward arrows softened, edges blurring as if heat were turning arrows into smudges. I kept lighting. The fusee burned down to my knuckles and I switched hands, shook, wiped the slag on a rock, kept the point clean so it would write fire where I wanted and not where the night thought it was owed. The woods talked faster, as if they'd lost the script and decided speed was a substitute. Ops to Division Zulu, PAR complete. Responding Type 1. IC to Helitack 6. 19. Say location for extraction. Negative. I said to the air, voice low and boring like a man ordering coffee. Because Rule 6 still lives in my throat, do not make contact. I wasn't contacting, I was narrating for myself. The tape recorder in my chest took it down anyway. I reached the tie-in, my little strip meeting the chalk gate and then the ash. Flame licked the very edge of the ring and then did a thing fire loves to do when it remembers wind exists. It curled out and tried to make handsome of itself. I stomped what needed stomping. I scraped what needed sentence structure. I fed tiny flame back onto the mineral I'd made. Sometimes control is not pretty. Sometimes it's a man in the dark telling heat no 40 times with a shovel. The ring gave up all at once. A hairline through east became a break, not a burn, a drop. The ash collapsed inward as if whatever had been holding it went for a drink and forgot to return. In the gaps, duff showed, blackened, then black line when my strip met it and the two agreed to be one. The geometry unraveled like a sweater cut in the right place. The clean circle became 7 arcs, then 4 smears, then a bad memory with embers in it. The chevrons reversed direction, each tiny arrow turning outward, pointing away from the legs as if someone had changed the sign on the door from pull to push. The late rotor stuttered, stalled, tried to find its second and couldn't. The tower screamed. I have been inside steel when it complains and inside steel when it cries and inside steel when it breaks. This was none of those. The legs took the heat thrown up from the black and made of it a human noise, the kind you hear over a bad line when someone tries to say your name and can't finish it. High, not loud at first, then up again until the hum was a wail in the bolts and the rails and the spoons, and in the hinges of a jaw I had not consented to lend. It was not pain. It was recognition in a key no living thing should have to sing. I knelt because a person kneels when a church does something it was not built to do. The fusee hissed one last inch and died in a gold cough. Heat off my strip pushed my shirt against my back. The air smelled like pitch and pennies, and the math of 100 small combustions choosing not to be large. The 4 figures at the ring's old perimeter did not step forward or back. They thinned. That's the only word my head will allow. Their edges did not blur. They did not dissolve. They thinned the way a line on paper thins when you draw the eraser along it slow and careful, leaving ghost where dark had been. The late rotor made one last attempt at being true, and then withdrew into trees the way a lie withdraws when it finds no mirror. I walked the strip, toe to heel, cold trailing with gloves and boot sole, feeling for heat, turning the black with a shovel to see if any orange dared show judgment. Here and there a snake of ember flashed out. I put it down with a pat and a whisper. You talk to little fires the way you talk to children who have not been taught yet. Then you don't apologize for doing your job. By the time the fusee's dregs were cold enough to pocket the world had changed temperature. Not by degrees, by meaning. The tower's scream settled into a single resonant ache that lived in the same place a person's voice lives after crying. The forest net didn't stop. It retuned. The overlapping codes fell off each other like strangers realizing they have been wearing the same coat. In their place, static, not manufactured, honest as sky. I waited for wind and got none. I watched for torch and saw none. I made slashes in my notebook with a pencil that had learned to write shakily. 0241 fired a strip on mineral between chalk perimeter and ash ring east side, dotted and dragged. Calm. 0248 ring fractured at east, chevrons reversed outward, geometry unraveled. 0250-0258 tower noise escalated from hum to scream, now settled to resonant. 0305 cold trail complete, black line holding. I stood under trees that had learned the word copy and listened to them try not to say it. Dawn argued with the east, first a paler blue, then the line of ridge getting its pencil back, then the birds late, tentative, as if they had been asked to comment on the proceedings and were unwilling. The radio came back mid-breath, a hiss resolving into grace the way morning resolves into shape. Tower 19 morning roll. No name, right order. No pretend smile. Good humans don't use one after a night like this. Are you up? I press transmit. Up, alive, on ground east of tower. Radio had been down, now back. I have black line between chalk perimeter and prior ash ring. Geometry altered. Copy. Supervisor in her tone now. Black timber is already rolling. Type 3 from Ridge Road. ETA 20. Hold your location. Do not re-enter the tower until they clear the base. Copy hold. Copy do not re-enter, I said, and did not look at my watch because time had started behaving this morning and I didn't want to spook it. The real truck sounds, diesel, gear clink, voices making bad jokes to defeat the day, arrived before the trucks did. Then yellow Nomex showed between trees, white and red helmets, headlamps with honest LEDs, BK radios on straps with short antennas, fire shelters in square packs nobody wanted to touch. Black timber moved like a memory I trusted. The Type 3 came last, bumper nose cutting the brush line, pump quiet because nobody starts water just to hear it talk. Tower 19. The superintendent's voice found me before his hand did. Modern goggles up on his lid, Earp folded into a pocket, Sawyer at his shoulder with a chain that smelled like last week. You the lookout. Evan, I said because my mouth still remembered, then caught myself. Tower 19. He nodded once as if we'd done something together already. You light this. Strip fire on mineral to break a ring that shouldn't have been there. I pointed with my notebook at the black line that ran like a ribbon between chalk and tower. It held. He crouched, gloved hand to soil, turned a tongue of black and watched for orange like a person who believes in physics. He looked up at the tower legs, then at the ground again. I don't see your ring, he said, neutral. Just good black and chalk. He wiped his glove on a trunk, came away white. Who marked you a perimeter? I looked. The chalk was right there, white on bark like recon. The chevron still pointed east. The circled 8 still wore RM under it like a name tag a person puts on only for funerals. Old hand, I said, and let my mouth close before it told him a story I didn't know how to finish. He stood and took in the tower like a medic takes in a patient at 3 feet. Rails, legs, bolts, the place's steel cracks when it is asked to be human. You hear that? He asked the Sawyer without looking away. The ring? Yeah, the Sawyer said, then frowned because there was no ring. The wine? Yeah, high. He tapped his temple, teeth feel it. The superintendent keyed his radio. Dispatch. Black timber on scene. 1 lookout accounted for. Small backing fire completed by the lookout on mineral holding. No visible flame. Hearing structural resonance from tower. Will assess base and tie into Type 3 for a mop. Advise if prevention wants photos. Grace came back in the voice that belongs to morning. Copy black timber. Prevention en route. Good eyes. The super looked at me again as if deciding what to do with something that isn't in the manual. What did you see? I opened my notebook, showed him the slashes and the words that looked like a person riding on a moving vehicle. I pointed at the ground where my mind still saw a ring that wasn't there anymore and maybe had never been there for anyone but me. Do you see it? I asked, a little more naked than I wanted to be. He looked from the black line to the legs to the bark where chalk had been chalked by a hand that might sign my paychecks from beyond a retirement. He narrowed his eyes the way a man does when he wants to give you an honest answer, and knows there might not be one that both of you will like. The sun broke the ridge and laid a gold measuring tape across the clearing. Do they see what I see? By full daylight the forest remembered how to be ordinary. Chains clinked. Someone laughed about coffee like it was a religion. The black line I'd drawn in the dark held thin ribbon between the chalk and where the ash ring had been. The tower's scream had settled into a single, tired ache in the steel, high enough to find my fillings if I clenched, low enough to ignore if I pretended hard. The black timber superintendent ran the scene like a surgeon. Walk the line, glove to soil. Turn the black and look for the stubborn orange that refuses to grow up. Prevention rolled a white truck in and did that slow, convinced note-taking you do when you've already decided to be skeptical and want to be wrong. Walk me through, the super said. Modern goggles up, ERP folded in a pocket, sweat ring already on the Nomex. I gave him the run report like a medic hands off a patient, times, actions, response. Radio dropped, I said. Hum went up. Rule 8. Lit a strip on mineral between chalk perimeter and the ring. Geometry unraveled. Tower voiced its opinion. Net came back on its own. He accepted it the way pros accept a weird EKG, noted not endorsed. Good black, he said, we'll widen it. The prevention tech photographed everything even the trees didn't have. He glanced at the trunks. Trail crew chalk probably 09, he said. Height's wrong for kids. I looked at the circled 8 with R.M. under it and didn't say the name. The type 3 cough started, then idled like a patient animal. 2 hotshots took a lap around the base, boots careful. One tapped a leg with a knuckle. Hear that? He asked nobody. Wine, the sawyer said, hi. He tapped his temple, teeth feel it. Grace checked in on the half hour. You breathing? She asked, voice all day and no night in it. Copy breathing, I said. On ground, holding. I didn't mention the thing the trees did with her vowels or the way a rotor 3 seconds late tries to teach you doubt. By 10, the super had a plan he could live with. We'll cold trail the lookouts black, cut stump holes, mop anything that tries to believe in itself. Prevention wants to scan the legs. He squinted at me, then looked down at the go bag, the addenda bulging the sleeve. You're going to debrief and then sleep somewhere that isn't humming. Debrief was in the shed because the shed didn't vibrate. I spread the notebook, my slashes and times like heart traces. I put the Polaroids down in a careful row. The empty clearing that wasn't, the figures at the ring's edge, the stair, the 5th tread with a darker weight where a foot had no right to be. The prevention tech leaned, looked, blinked. Glare, he said, underexposed, lens flare. On the 5th tread he tapped the little square and squinted like he was trying to see the dinosaur in a magic eye poster. Shadow from the rail, he decided. Parallax. He meant I don't want this in my report, and I didn't blame him. I slid the operations addenda Tower 19 across the bench, rules underlined into thin paper. He skimmed the printed boilerplate and nodded at the tame stuff. Radios, weather, wildlife. Where are your extra notes? He asked polite. The ones the old-timers leave. Right there, I said, and pointed at the page where 9 after dark, Do not answer dispatch if it uses your full name. It will use her voice. Had lived in solvent smell last night. He frowned at blank paper. No flourishes, no ink. Just the faint impression of pen trails pressed into the sheet if you knew how to angle the light. To me, the sentence was still there, ghosted, pale, legible the way a hospital smell is legible. To him, it was nothing. Blank, he said. I flipped the page. He flipped it back. You can keep the copy for your records, he said, because kindness is a skill. By noon, they'd widened my black into something you could trust with a lunch break. The wine in the legs settled another notch. Birds practiced being birds, and it didn't sound like mimicry anymore. Grace radioed with that tone people use when they want to ask how are you, but the channel is public. Robert Mitchell is inbound, she said. He wants to walk you out. The real helicopter arrived the right way. Tail number said out loud before anyone asked. Approach respectful, rotors doing physics instead of theater. The pilot hopped, did the small nod pilots do. Robert Mitchell ducked under the disc with a weight of years on his shoulders and the same wire frames I'd met on day one. He looked like a man who'd read my file and decided to carry it instead of burn it. Walk, he asked. We did. We didn't go far, just enough to see the black from an angle where it explains itself. He let the quiet do half the work. Good line, he said finally. Bad night, I said, and surprised myself by nearly laughing. We stood under the east side where the ring had broken and wasn't. He pointed with his chin. What did you see? A shape that made a circle out of me, I said. 7 smaller ones before that, voices that learned our words out of order, a ladder that breathes like a sleeping thing, a radio that lies politely, chalk where chalk shouldn't be in a hand that knows where to put it. I stopped before I said 019 out loud. He took it without flinching. And what did you do? Stayed inside after dark, cleaned the red when it showed up until the room remembered how to be a room. Manufactured static when static wouldn't come on its own, and convinced the book that counted. Lit a line where a line needed to be to make false geometry honest. Didn't open the hatch. He nodded like he wanted to underline something and didn't know which sentence. I'm transferring your care, he said, using the phrase a paramedic says when the longer story is folded into a shorter one. Relief's en route. You're riding out with me. You can come back if you want or not. No hero speeches required. He looked at my hands, at the skin around the nails eaten by bleach. Do you have extra rules? He asked, eyes not leaving my gloves. One, I said. We walked back to the tower. The black timber crew had turned into postures. Mop, scrape, stir, check. The Type 3 idled with its patient animal noise. The legs of the tower hummed their one thin note like a person embarrassed to be caught singing. Inside the cab, I did the last things a person does to a room he's lived in when he believes he might not again. Cups nested. Knife clean and where it belongs. Log closed with a line instead of a hanging sentence. I thumbed the addenda. The wet ink smell from last night was a memory now, same as most wounds. On its page, Rule 9 had gone as pale as a scar. To anyone else it was blank. I tore a sheet from my notebook and printed type because paper counts. 9. After 2100, do not answer any voice that uses your full name. Dispatch won't. Every morning, agree on a code phrase with day dispatch. If they get it wrong, it isn't them. If the radio dies and the tower hums, make your own static and clean until the note falls. East stare only when Rule 3 is truly satisfied. Bleach is a threshold. Leave it where others can find it. EP, Tower 19. I folded it once twice into the size of a hand and tucked it under the rubber mat at the hatch, the one that had held my tape seal like sacraments hold salt. It lived there now like a kernel. On the way down, I paused at the fifth tread because I'm a mammal and mammals like method. The wood looked like wood. The Polaroid in my pocket felt light, as if paper has weight only when someone argues with it. On the ground, the super gave me that small nod men give when they approve of something and don't want to immortalize it by saying so. The Sawyer grinned without humor and said, "Don't be a stranger," which is how crews say don't die. Robert and I walked to the real ship. The pilot checked the tail number out loud again, the way good pilots always do. We lifted. The tower got small and then stayed big anyway. The black line made a clean shape of the mess. The pines wrote their green paragraphs exactly the way they had before any of this started. I looked down at East and tried not to read the day like a poem. On the headset, Robert said, "We'll do a formal debrief at the station. Tonight you'll sleep. Then you'll decide about coming back." "Copy," I said, and almost added anchor in the black on reflex, then let it go. We banked north. The ridge brightened. Civilization coughed its morning back to life. Somewhere below, a truck door slammed. A dog barked because dogs say present as a hobby. The ship steadied. Out to the west, a clear sky like glass and a forecast that had said boring. The air found a sound it shouldn't have. Thunder rolled across a blue without a single cloud to excuse it. Low, long, from everywhere and nowhere, the note the world makes when it wants you to remember a thing you thought you finished. It went on, one measured sentence, and then stopped mid-word. Cut to black.